when I trim Angelo. He never wear socks or boots or something like that. Angelo is my other gelding, or my mare. And the hoofs are dry. It's very hard to trim them, even when it's wet outside. So, and Dodo, I keep him moistured last year for around, maybe 2 months or so. And my experience was you have around 10 to 15 minutes to trim. And after that time, the feet dries out.
They dry out quicker than you think, don't they?
Yeah. So it depends on the way you want to go, I think. So I have to use DIM, so I have to keep him in boots. And the moisture is always on his feet been in this time. So the skin above the hoof capsule, that was not so very well. If you have to have them in boots or in that stuff that Linda explained. But right now he's without DIM and without boots, and the capsule is not soaked. It's very, very strong, hard. And it's always wet here. It rains the last 2 months.
Yeah.
You think a lot of what I've seen is...
Sorry, are you in Germany?
Yeah, I'm in Germany, in the south part of the area.
I grew up in Germany, so I know Germany well. And a big difference between Germany and Australia is that we have the heat. And I find when you have wet feet that are hot, 6 months of the year, it just breeds fungal infections. And I mean, like, we have flood seasons. Last year we had like 3 months of floods. They were basically standing in water at times, which was an extreme year. Usually we get wet seasons, but they're not that wet. And I find like they get so soft. I can scrape the frog away with a hoof pick. That's how soaked and soggy and soft they are. And I just started trimming them, and I've noticed that some of their frogs, when I cut at it, it is completely white and so soft. I've got to be extremely careful with the hoof knife because it just cuts that through there like it's not even there. And I noticed that's usually next to the thrush, so I'm wondering if that's thrush related.
Yeah, maybe normally if you trim after tucked, you don't have any thrush.
That'd be great, because I have been struggling with thrush for years, but my trimmer never touched the frogs.
That was why
I was told it's
maybe you have
conditions.
to remove the old periople before you see the real frog, because if you say it's white, of my experience, and I think after tucked, this could be periople, old periople.
So but maybe my pony is 20, and I just trimmed him, and he even had like blood-like streaks in the white itself. So I didn't cut, too much of it. I just started trimming the top off of it, and I'm treating the thrush with frog powder to try and dry it out, because even though we're winter, it's supposed to dry out. It's still raining, it was just really interesting. I got a bit nervous cutting it because it just instead of being a bit rubbery and hard like the periople is, it just was completely white, and you can shave it away with a hoof pick. That's how soft it is. And there were slight red marks in some of it, and usually that's right where it's when you get the black stinky lines that are definitely thrushy. I noticed that.
I have a
question.
But this could be more the theory that is periople, what we learned.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So speaking of the frog, I've noticed that when I'm trimming the frog, it looks like there's no thrush. and it's like a black frog. So I take off a little layer of all of the loose stuff, and then underneath there seems to be like a white powdery kind of substance that I trim that all out after. But what is that? But it's under the layers of the frog.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is
I
it
think
like
it's a type of fungus.
Is
you
it
know?
like milky? Is it like milky?
No, it's
Is
very
that-
dry. It's just
Dry.
white and powdery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and if your feet were wet, it would like wipe off mushy, oh God. If your feet were wet, it would be more mushy. If they're dry, I know what you're talking about. I've seen it too.
Is that like a thrush, or is that normal?
You know, the thing about it is, see, I never see that stuff on healthy frogs or frogs that you keep trimmed. You know, just usually if the frog is shedding or something's moving or something like that.
Okay.
You know, like you know how they say, "Oh, frogs shed."
Yeah.
I've only seen frogs shed on feet that weren't quite right because something's otherwise the frog just keeps growing and stays healthy. That's what I've found.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've come across that too.
Have you?
May I
Yeah.
ask, is it stinky?
Yeah.
Does it smell very bad?
No foul
Okay.
smell. The
Okay.
the frog
Then
actually,
don't be worried.
I keep the frog trimmed. Maybe
Yeah,
not as
don't
much
worry.
as Linda.
I think
but I
it's
do trim
nothing.
the frog.
I think
And
it's
it just
nothing
seems to be
very.
that under a layer of frog,
Mhm.
if you go down enough, like it's kind of right in the collateral, not even in the collateral. No, not in there. In the central sulcus, not even there, just above, more towards the apex. Like,
Huh.
it's weird. It's just like
My
a little
whole-
white powder under the certain layer of skin.
Yeah, I've seen that and stuff too. I'm not sure what it is.
Okay. I was just wondering
I
if that's
did
kind of like the beginning
notice.
of thrush.
What, Anne?
I did notice on one of my 8 feet, I had that where there seemed to be a lot of layers and pockets
Mhm.
opening up as I was trimming for the first few times. Now it seems to have stopped. So I would have to think that it's what Linda said, that that as you trim regularly, that it would just be a clean frog now.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I was
that's what I've
horrified
seen.
because there was literally pockets, and I thought, oh my God, before I started trimming, it was all one surface. How is that possible? But yeah, now it's gone. Thank God. It was scary because they were deep too.
Yeah, that's interesting. But see, that's the thing, that periopal grow, and it merges with frog too. So you can have bits of frog and you can have periopal. I don't know how it does it, but it's a pretty amazing thing that it can grow over the whole frog to hold your hoof capsule on and hold your foot together. You know.
But wouldn't periopal just stay on the surface of the frog?
Nope.
You know, it seems to really attach itself. So I don't know. You know, I'll have to go back and look because see, I was trimming the frog and for years trimming the frog good, and then come to find out it was periopal. So go figure how it does that. You know, I mean, I think it's probably like how many wonders of the world are there? The 8 wonders of the world. This would be number 9. You know, that periopal that you know, we so destroy these horses' feet, but yet there's something that was put on that foot to just start taking over and try and hold that foot together so that horse can survive. How about that?
Speaking of destroying their feet, I just got to tell you this little tidbit of information. You know that picture that was posted where this fellow was saying that you need to trim the little blue line right down into the bulb?
Yeah.
I had a little chat with him the other day.
Okay.
Is he ever an ignorant, rude man?
Oh yeah, well, it's a farrier for you.
Yes. And
Sorry,
he was saying,
don't mean to profile.
he said to me, well, you and your 2-day barefoot weekend trimming lesson, I said, well, no, actually, I didn't do that. And I wouldn't do a 2-day trimming thing. But he said he has like 6 weeks of training as a farrier.
Oh boy.
All farriers get is 6 weeks of training?
Some get more. They have regular schools. I don't know what school he must have gone to, because pretty sure that the reputable schools are a little longer than that, but God only knows, maybe they're doing that just to run them through and make them money, because
I don't know. He said he's been doing it for years though. But
yeah.
just so you know, I took the picture that the little markup that you did on it, and I posted it to him and told him, think about this for a while, see if you can figure that out.
Yeah, well, good for you. See, they're taught these things and they are totally blinded. I mean, I keep having to go back and remember, like when I watch older videos, I cringe. I just cringe at how positive I was, that I thought I knew what was going on, and I really didn't, because when they teach you, all right, you don't know anything to begin with, really. And then when they teach you error and they're teaching you to see it a certain way, then that's the way you see it. And that's what he was taught, and so he's indoctrinated.
For sure.
You
Unfortunately, he's leading a lot of people down the wrong path, and he's telling them to trim their horses like this.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Oh, terrible.
That's too bad. Now, is that his Facebook page?
No, he's actually on another barefoot site, but he's on there, and he's just the bully on there, and he tells everybody what to do.
See, that's what happens on all these sites, except ours. I don't think we got any bullies on ours, do we?
Not that I've met.
You know how on all these groups, there's usually a couple of women or something like that. Boy, they just come in and freaking take over,
And I'm totally crazy. That's what he told me. Yeah, I'm okay, crazy. At least my horse is sound.
Yeah. Well, it's just a thing. And it's like, these people will come in and take over. They either the person that runs it is a total tyrant, or a couple of people come in and just take over, and then they really keep anybody from learning any truth at all.
Yeah. I told him that. I've directed him to TAC before. I even gave him your website. And I've told him if he wasn't so pig-headed and ignorant, we'd actually teach him something, but he won't learn. So I said, I'm not going to waste time with him.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's really that profession. And maybe just professions are like this in general, but I noticed that profession, there's a lot of men like that. And then the women, they're the same way, sometimes worse.
Yeah.
Have
you ever heard of Apex training?
Oh my God.
Is that bad?
Oh my God.
She who won't be named.
Oh, I don't know. This lady was telling me, I'm glad you called this guy out, but I'm trained by Apex.
Yeah.
We leave heels. I said, well, that's good. I wasn't familiar with Apex at all. I have no idea what that is.
Okay, she leaves heels. Here's a deal. Okay. All right. So Ray Hannon Hawk, who has a different last name now, but anyway, she's been a member of a group for a long time. She had a Facebook page, and so this Lana Cheryl, whatever her name is, she was a member of that group and another group. And so Ray Hannon explained to her about the heels, and at the time she just had kind of a riding horse group. And so she started sharing all my research, and I do a lot of illustrations and stuff like that on her page. Well, then people started asking her for help. Well, the next thing I know, she says, I'm going to charge $40 for a markup.
Well, it's 100 now.
Oh my freaking geez. And so I told her, see, I had just met her. and stuff through this other gal. And I told her, I said, you're not really qualified to do that. Well, she blocked me.
Oh,
And then next thing I know, she's going around saying that she had only been barely trimming a year. And so then she went around saying that she was a world-class trimmer. Let me tell you what she is. She's a world-class narcissist that's really good at, she saw the writing on the wall for people, how trimming the heels out were destroying a lot of horses and things like that. And she saw a way to take advantage of that monetarily. And I'm telling you, she is good at marketing herself, way better than me. All right. And
her principles are tact. They're based on
oh
what?
yeah,
Oh,
absolute.
okay.
The heel part.
Okay.
Okay. But nothing else. Okay. Well, now she's kind of glommed on to positive angle coffin bone, but she's just, there's a page on her called Apex Trim Beware.
Oh,
Okay. And there's a lot of people here that actually got here through her. In fact, somebody that became my very best friend, Dodie, that's how we met, you know. So good, bad, and different. At least she's helping some people.
yeah.
You know, but
I noticed with a lot of the people on there, the Hoofs, they've been following her for a couple of years. They said they are almost becoming like club footy.
Yeah,
They look
because
a little club.
she doesn't know a lot. Okay, because see, now if she could have still done the same thing she's doing, she'd have just stayed with our group and stuff like that, you know, and learned some more. But as it is, what she did, and see, this has become a big money maker. All right, for people, online courses, online classes, be the latest, greatest new hoof guru. And so she could have done the same thing. It's too bad she left so soon before she learned more, you know. But
Yeah.
you know, I wouldn't be surprised if she's in here somewhere because she's got numerous aliases. Okay. And I know
Spies
she's
on you?
on the group, you know, like I'm looking around. Okay, where you at, Lana? You know,
It's not me.
it's not me.
Not me.
I've got
Linda,
her. Yeah,
Linda,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt. Do you mind if we have a look at my horse's feet?
Nope, we sure can.
Because we
It's
discussed
good to change the
prior,
subject. Thank you.
So I don't mean to. It's just
No,
2
that's
a.m.
okay.
I got up as we discussed. And
Yes,
like,
let's do that.
Well,
just to have
thanks
a
for the
look.
background anyway, Linda. Now I know what I'm dealing with. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. I'm sorry I even have to say something.
Yeah, no problem.
And it's interesting. I don't know the lady you were talking about, but it's interesting that you mentioned the feet almost look club-footed. That's what I've actually starting to see in my young ones.
Okay.
That they almost look club-footed, especially my filly, because my trimmer that taught me to trim has this theory of a 4-point trim. So
Yeah.
I have now got the problem that actually my dorsal toe and pillars are all the same length. Because she's notoriously, like, she left heels on them, but she's trimmed the toe out to have a breakover.
Leaves the
so that
pillars
they would
long.
Leaves the pillars so that they'd be sitting on the pillars.
Yeah.
I've noticed my filly now looks club-footed, and I actually did ask her about that, and she's like, "Oh, that's confirmation." I'm like, "Well, she wasn't when she was born."
She trimmed the
she's
frogs?
No frogs. Bars only a tiny bit, nothing much. Didn't
Okay.
address the sole, and then
Okay.
taught me this 4-point trim, which I'm now seeing in all my horses.
Okay. I understand exactly what you're talking about. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, Rick Redden come up with the 4-point trim. You see, all these people plagiarize each other. You know, if
Yeah,
somebody,
she learned of someone.
well,
in,
no,
in
she didn't. She
Victoria.
didn't. Rick Redden, okay, he took Gene Ovanik's research, and then he just called it by another name and started marketing that. See, because not only can you make money, see, it's just an epidemic. This is the biggest bunch of baloney. Okay, he started marketing Gene Ovanek's research as a 4-point trim. Okay, and see, Gene Ovanek, he did research on, see, one person I know that truly did some research on wild horse feed was Gene Ovnek. And this guy, and I know somebody that traveled with him when he in all this and did all this. So a farrier from up in Montana by the name of Rich. Oh gosh, what's your last name, Rich? Can't remember. Butch, Rich. Anyway, I know him pretty well, but my brain ain't working right now. Anyway, so Gene Ovnek did this wild horse research. And you can find his research online, an essay on it, and his findings. Okay, and he is the one, as far as I know, that come up with this thing that the horse bears the weight on 4 main areas: the heels, and then what he came to call the pillars. I'm pretty sure they're called toe quarters. You got the toe.
That's what they call them. Toe quarters is what she told me. Yeah.
So you got the toe quarters, the quarters, and the heels. And so the toe quarters, he saw that the horses bore weight on the toe quarters. And so he came up with a way to trim where that's what they do. They leave the toe quarters a little long. You can see his mapping system and everything, ELPO, Equine Lameness Prevention Organization. Okay, and you can see there's a farrier on YouTube that does his schools and all that. See, he created the natural balance shoeing system, which you notice they have a square toe on that shoe. Okay, and the whole point is trying to get the horse to force the weight on those four pillars pretty much, and the other parts of the foot too. So the way he did that was they run all these horses in and they paint the foot, and then they put a board on it to see what was bearing weight. Now, why was he so obsessed with finding out where the horse bore weight? He was obsessed with that because they teach in farriery that nothing bears weight, and I've explained this before. The lamina on the sides of the wall, the sensitive lamina, bears the weight of the horse. That's what they teach. This is an old belief some idiot came up with hundreds of years ago, and then it was put in a vet book. And by God, it got written in stone after that. And it is like the Holy Grail. Okay. If you could go through all these different religions, and you would question their main tenet and their main belief, and how it doesn't matter who they are. You could be Christian, Muslim, anybody. Okay. You question the main tenet and people get really irate, right? Well, that's what this is like. Okay, you start questioning in farriery where the horse bears the weight, and people get goofy. All right, because they believe that the horse bears the weight on the lamina. Not now, what they do is they take and they pare the sole out and they mount the shoe to the rim of the wall, because that transfers the weight up to the side of the foot onto the lamina. This is what they believe. They believe that the whole horse is suspended somehow magically within the hoof on the lamina like a suspension bridge. Okay, now the only reason horses' feet hold together is because they're putting iron on it too, iron and nails. Okay, but what's that do? Constant inflammation. All right, constant inflammation, forcing the horse to bear the weight on the lamina. Now we know too that the foot gets full of dirt and everything else, so they're also, and the ground, you know, they're bearing some weight other places too. But in the mind of the farrier, these horses and the vets, these horses are supposed to bear the weight on the lamina. Okay, so this is the background in the minds of the farriers to begin with. And so Gene Ovanik, if you read his research, okay, he's trying to figure out where does the horse bear the weight. And so he's painting the board, he's putting it on these wild horse feet, and he's finding out that the markings on the board show the two pillars and the two heels. And so when you read his research, it's really interesting because it's like he's relieved and almost afraid to even say that. Okay, that's how much of a dogma that belief is within farriery. And so if you have, the reason I'm explaining this is because if your foundational knowledge of the anatomy and what you believe about the foot is wrong, then your conclusions are going to be wrong. And then what you practice is going to be wrong. All right. So he did this and he comes up with this: horse bears weight in 4 areas, leave the pillars long. Also, they're got the same old farrier deal of take the heels back to the base of the frog, which lowers the heel, but you're shooting the toe out there, but you're making it square, and he's bearing his weight on the pillars. And so that's Rick Redden's trim. That's the 4-point trim. And that's where it comes from. See? And
that's really interesting.
Okay, so anyway, I have to explain this stuff.
Yeah, it's really interesting because my trimmer calls herself an equine podiatrist, and she learned in Victoria of some guy that I think I'm not sure what he's called, the barefoot blacksmith or something like that. I'm not sure. But you're right. Like the trim she does is what I'm struggling with now, and it's mainly that I've trusted an equine podiatrist. Surely must know what they're doing. So she's been trimming my horses for 2 years, and I'm seeing the same issues in most of my horses. And I've got lateral medial imbalance. I mean, they have heels because she never trimmed the heels out, but she did this 4-point trim. So all of them are currently having the same length pillars as toe.
Yeah.
Like I said, lateral medial balance, the feet are shifting and moving, even on my young ones. Non-stop thrush. Some have CD toe, separations. And again, I was told it's their conformation, it's the wet weather, it's the conditions they're living in, it's everything else. Whenever I questioned anything, it was, some external issue that we can't fix. So that's why I ended up with you, because I'm like, surely there must be more answers than what she had.
See, it's an epidemic, and just like you just said, okay, how come an equine podiatrist is doing a 4-point trim? Because those are two different guys. One's Casey LaPierre, and what's that vet's name that started the whole equine podiatry thing? Who knows that vet's name that's in the equine podiatrist? Anyway, so one's Casey LaPierre, the other one's Rick Redden. These are all different, and stuff. So I see. So what these people wind up doing is what I call an eclectic trim, and that is they're taking a little bit of this guy and a little bit of that guy and a little bit of the other guy, and really none of it's working. But when you research it and you trace it all back to the original spreader, okay, this is like a virus, okay? false teachings, false knowledge is like a virus. All right. It's like a disease you spread. It's a social disease. Okay. And you give that teaching to somebody else, you've planted a seed there. You've spread that virus to them in their head and their knowledge. And then they go and they give it to somebody else, who gives it to somebody else, who gives it to somebody else. But it's all one big falsehood. See? And so this false knowledge of the anatomy has spread. Well, we all know about how stuff spreads now, don't we? After the last 3 years. So, yeah, so that's what you do. So we're going to look at the feet and just a minute.
Linda, sorry, is this vet called Teskey? Is that the one you mean?
Yes.
Okay. Pesky.
Yeah. So that's equine podiatry. So equine podiatry is a marketing ploy because just like she just said, see, I knew I was right on that. I know how people think, right? And so Linda said, well, she was an equine podiatrist. I thought she would know it. See, that word podiatry, when we think of podiatry, what do we associate it with? The medical field, a professional.
Specialist.
Yeah, so they got to be, that's better than a regular old trimmer, right? A podiatrist. All right, well, guess what? Anybody and their dog can make up anything they want and call it anything they want in the hoof care world. They don't have to have any qualifications, not really. Okay, and you're seeing this now. You're seeing these people come and go, well, I'll take a little of this, a bit of this, and a little bit of that, and that, and that, and I'm going to put it together, and I'm going to be the latest, greatest expert. See, that's what's going on. These people who call themselves equine podiatrists, I don't care if they paid $35, $45, $5,000 to become an expert, okay, because that's what these classes are charging. Many of them, they're taught error. They're taught historical garbage that has come down to us for centuries. And so I knew this was happening, you know. And so sure enough, Linda comes along and what she just said, well, I for sure thought she knew what she was doing. After all, she's a podiatrist. Well, they don't have to have any qualifications at all. There's no legal. Like if I go to a human podiatrist, I know that person has medical training, right? That's the image it presents to your mind. It's marketing. Now, people get mad at me because, oh, don't be dissing other trimmers. This is something you bought, right? How much money have you paid to have this done to your horses? And
well, here's the thing, she charges 60 Australian dollars a trim.
Yeah.
I've got 5 horses. We've done them every 5 weeks for 2 years. And this is the mess I'm left.
Holy Hannah, see?
And I have just retired 1 horse completely due to physical issues, because I have tried to rehab him for years and it just would never stick. And I eventually got to cracking point and I gave him to a friend of mine who does your tack trim, and she's like, have you seen his feet? I'm like, what do you mean? I've got him trimmed by an equine podiatrist every 5 weeks, you know, like I'm doing all the right things. And she's like, no, you need to go and look at your trims. This is how I started. And she's like, go and have a look at this stuff. You'll start seeing it. I'm like, what do you mean? And so I just trusted, and it turns out he's now showing laminitis signs, and I'm starting to see just how much is wrong in his feet, which is why I'm now going, oh my God, she's done this to all my horses, including my babies.
Yeah.
Like
and it was done to her.
Who's 2.5. Yeah, and it's not even that, like, she's just doing what she was taught.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not that she's doing anything wrong. She's just, and she's a
Nope.
really lovely trimmer. I really like her. You know, we get along. And
Sure.
she's quite open. She's taught me how to trim my horses the same way, and it's, you know, she's very convincing. And it's just that that's what she believes, right?
Yeah.
So that's what she was taught.
Yeah.
And that's how it gets passed on. And then you just don't question it and go, oh well, I've got someone I can trust to look after my horse's feet. I'll look after everything else. And yeah, here we are.
Yep. Make sure I got your horse's foot on there. Yeah. See, thank you for
Yes.
that testimony. You know, because yeah, she paid to learn this knowledge. I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes, she did. Yeah.
and stuff. She got paid to learn how to destroy horses. That's what she paid for that. Just like you
Yeah.
paid her. Okay. See, we could take it back to I think some of these people are wising up though and know what they're doing. Okay. I'm just getting that. I'm getting that they know now, finally. But they're keeping it going. Not all of them, but some of them, I think they're wising up. I'm seeing the signs, you know, and they're kind of like, they're either going to totally cover it up, all right, and just keep saying it's the confirmation. It's what you're feeding them. Oh, you ain't got enough pea gravel in your corral, you know, all this stuff. So, okay. So there's something you said in your deal. You said this colt was born with round feet, right?
Yes.
Okay,
The
but in
front
truth,
feet were completely round.
well, how do you know that?
Well, the outside shape of the capsule was round.
Like when he was a baby, first out of the womb?
Yeah.
First out of the womb?
Yeah. Both my young ones had completely round front feet and the back feet was slightly elongated, but that's looking at the actual outside wall.
Okay,
not the sole.
Not the sole, because chances are they weren't as round as what I'm seeing here. Okay, because this is something that develops. First of all, we're probably going to see that in the quarters here, you can't get a clean white line. Have you ever seen a clean white line on this foot?
I wouldn't.
Do you know what that is?
As in, you mean a tight one, not a stretched one?
I call it a tight white
it's got
line
separations.
and a clean white line. With, like, if you could rasp this foot flat, like you were going to put a shoe on it, flat and level, okay? And you could rasp it without, you know, making the horse sore or having to take one part way down, and it could be flat and level, and you could get a beautiful, pristine, clean white line all the way around the foot. Just a minute here.
No, he wouldn't have that on the right on that picture. He had separations. Yeah.
Yeah. So ultimately, and a healthy foot. Well, again, you know, there's always exceptions to the rule, maybe, but on a really good, healthy foot that is the right shape, that is the shape of the internal foot, a person should be able to rasp a level playing field here and without rasping them too short or taking much sole, and get a pristine, clean, white, tight line all the way around the foot. And the foot would be like the sides here. Just a minute here. Let me annotate. I'll draw. Hold on. So
that picture is from 2021. He was 9 months old in this picture.
Okay.
I found that going through my
just a little
pictures.
bit in, you know, your clean white line goes like so. I'm not very good here. The true shape of the horse's foot is more like so, but it gets round when they're taking the heels down to the base of the frog. Well, okay, so this horse was 9 months old in this picture, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they don't trim the frogs. Here, now this is a big deal, that this capsule is like a shoe. Now, if your kid was growing, you know, you buy them different shoes as they grow. You're not going to force them to stay in the same shoe they were in when they were a baby, right? And so what happens is when they do not trim the frog is that the frog gets old and petrified and bound, and then the foot keeps growing, but the capsule and the frog are not expanding with the foot. And so is this horse looking club-footed now?
He's not too bad,
Not too bad.
but he's not great either.
You know, so that's all that happens here is without trimming the frog. See, if this horse was in the wild, in good terrain, okay, then he would be wearing that frog down just like everything else. And so as the foot grew, the capsule would expand, the frog would expand, the bulbs would be able to expand out this way, and the foot would get larger and be correct. But when they don't trim the frog, then it binds the foot, just like when you take an older horse that maybe has a decent foot and you start trimming the heels out and it starts pulling the back of the foot down, and you're reducing the size of the capsule as you trim the heels out and binding that foot. Well, this is similar, except it happens when that horse is growing, simply because the frog was never trimmed. And so it's just holding that inner foot down like that.
Yes.
Does that make
Linda?
sense?
And when he
Sorry.
when he was born, his frog was actually protruding out above the heels.
Oh,
I'd never
yeah.
seen anything like it.
Yeah.
And because we live in notoriously wet weather, my horse's feet don't ever wear down because there's no hard enough ground. So
Yeah.
he's never had his frog trimmed until he's now 2.5, and I just trimmed this frog for the first time in his life the other day.
Wow.
Linda?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a yearling with a foot similar to that. Now she is terrible to give us her feet. You barely have time to clean them.
Uh-huh.
Would cleaning just the collateral grooves do it, or do you really have to do a whole good cleaning on that frog?
Well, if she was out where she could get some movement, she'd be wearing her frog.
She's
down.
out 12 hours a day in a pasture, but it's
Oh,
green.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know, I'd have to look at the foot, but you know, yeah, you still do need to look. It would be according to what's going on with her foot. Like, is the back of her foot expanding as far as you know? Like, I want to show you a picture. Just a second. Let me go find this picture.
Just to give you an idea, this guy, he's been in pasture his whole life, on soft ground though.
Yeah.
And I have cleaned his feet from 4 weeks onwards and treated it, and he's had trims from probably 8 weeks onwards.
Okay.
And yet he still looks like this.
Yeah, I think it's just the frog. The frog has to be trimmed for the feet to expand. I'm going to show you a picture here. Just a second. If I can remember where it's at. I can't remember. Let's see.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Leah. I was
Hi,
going to
Leah.
also mention I have a 2-year-old colt, and he's out 24/7, and I still his feet are still bound. You need to trim the frog, at least in my case. So it depends on the hooves, I think. But Linda, you know my colt. You've seen that we've had to trim the frog because it was getting bound.
Yeah.
It wasn't expanding at the back, and the capsule was getting too small for the foot that was growing. So I did have to trim out the frog, and I still have a lot of work to do. But the same thing happens to me. It's very difficult to have the foot up enough time for me to really work well on it. So you have to do it very, very quickly and be very patient.
Yeah, they're kind of impatient, those youngsters, aren't they? Okay, so I'm going to get a print of this picture, this painting. I've showed this before. So, because I don't know if you can see the back feet on this. I mean, the pixels go kind of whacked out. This is a very young horse, okay? And I don't know if you can see the back of his foot, but he has huge cartilages and bulbs in the back of the foot here that they've drawn. This is from the 1800s. You know, you look at the terrain. You know, this young horse is wearing, I guarantee you, he's wearing his frogs and his foot down, and his foot has expanded. And you can see that. I don't know if you can see just the bare outline of that. Can anybody see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's right here.
Yeah, I can see
You know,
that.
you can see that he has huge, you know, I look at these old pictures like this, these paintings, because these artists were realists. You know, just like looking at the feet on Greek horses. Just a second here. I went on the internet and I found all the paintings I could of C.M. Russell and Frederick Remington and stuff like that. Let me do this Greek horse here, just a second. Just a second. New share. Okay, so this is a Greek statue. I just want you to see the back of the foot here. And we got another one here. Just a second. The back of these horses' feet is much more massive than what we have been led to believe. See, that frog is supposed to come way up in here. Anyway, okay, well, there's your dovetailing. You know how I always tell you the lamina is dovetailed together, kind of like that, so that the wall slides down the foot. Anyway, let's go keep looking. And Leah, we're gonna look at your horse here in a minute after we do Linda, since you're here now. Okay.
Great, fantastic. I'm here with her, so if you need to see anything live, we can do it too.
Oh, great. Okay. Let's see. Now I'm lost. Okay, so we're gonna go through these pictures here. Okay. I sent you that, didn't I? Is this a markup I did for you?
Sorry, I can't see.
Oh, wait, new share. There we go.
Yes.
That's a markup I did for you. We're going to talk about that here in a second.
So
Okay,
that's the left front. This one is the left front and the other one is the left hind.
Okay, now this foot is shaped pretty good, but see, that's just a really unhealthy, well, it's just petrified. I call those petrified frogs. And what's interesting is that even though you're in real wet weather, that frog's still petrified. See, it needs to wear down, wear off, to keep growing and stuff. So that would be the main thing. And if you get in there and you seem to see a little blood, what you thought was blood, did you tell me that? Was that you?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
well, you got to understand. Okay, so that frog corium, here, just a minute. We're going to go to this page here and look at an inner foot, because everything we do in TAC is based on this right here. Just a minute. This right here, the inner foot, and having an accurate understanding of the inner foot. So 2/3 of the foot is soft cartilage and fat. Okay, the coffin bone ends about here, and 2/3 of this foot is soft cartilage and fat, and so this here is all movable. And so on your horse's foot, as it grew, this was not able to expand out the back, and so it's being held up in here. Okay, and so it doesn't want to be there. It's under constant pressure to want to release, but the old frog is holding it there. But yet it will release a little here and move and stuff like that, and so it will bleed up in here when it does that. And the frog, the whole hoof capsule and the sole is very porous. It's not real solid. And so anything, if there's a little bruise, if there's bumping, and it bleeds a little, then it's going to leach down through the layers. See? So you could be trimming into that, and if you just see a little bit of that, sometimes, like if you see it in the sole up here, you can take another swipe and it's gone, because it's leached down and it pools at the lower layers. See? So that could be what you're looking at. When you get into really like the innermost layers will kind of be white-ish, and sometimes you can even see this through the very innermost layer of a frog. But chances are you're just dealing with a lot of periopal and stuff like that. So the thing that's going to happen is you're just going to have to practice. Like when you take a slice off and you start pressing, you need to learn to press on stuff to see the texture. And then you start to learn, like when it gets soft and it's not just hard, where it's so hard to pull a knife through and everything like that. So anyway, so that could be what you're running into in that regard. Okay, now as
so yeah, that was on my pony's feet, so I didn't have that issue with him when I started trimming his frog out.
Okay,
it was all pretty hard and dense,
okay,
and almost like see-through-ish.
Oh, almost see-through-ish. Okay, well then you're getting down there,
So it was black first, but yeah, so it started changing.
Okay.
Like I said, their feet are usually soft, so even though you see the frog, the condition it is in, I can actually still squish
Still
it.
pretty
It's not
soft.
so hard.
Okay.
But that's more because they're in wet paddocks all the time.
Okay. Okay. Well, I would just keep trimming it up and letting it grow. And see, that's the whole thing about what we're doing. We're growing good feet. See, I haven't said this for a long time. We're growing good feet. We're not trimming good feet. So we're doing everything with a view to where am I going with this? What am I trying to produce? I'm trying to produce healthy hoof growth and trying to release the back of the foot so it can expand, things like that. Does any of that help?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So I have got more up-to-date photos I've sent you of him. One after I trimmed the frog out for the first time in the bars, and then one where you had done a markup and said to bevel the walls off.
Were those
to the
pictures
waterline.
up higher?
No, some of them are a bit lower.
Because all I'm seeing is the last two you
Oh,
sent.
it should be up higher. There should be a bunch of them I've sent you.
I'm looking. Just a second.
In the messenger, sorry.
Just a minute. Is this one?
Yes, that's before I did any trimming at all.
Okay.
There's a heap of them in between where the markups are on it, and yeah, so that's where I started.
Okay.
And then you gave me some of these markups. And then I've got photos after that. So that's before I started the trim altogether, and he hadn't done his frog. And then after that, there should
Okay.
be photos.
Well, would you repost the newest ones to me? Yeah, see, when you look at this picture here, when you see this, everybody, when you see, just a minute here. When you see, here's the bulb, back of the foot. When you see it going like this, okay. Now, here's the piece of periopal, and it's probably growing all through here. And these bulbs are pulled around into there. Okay, so trimming up this frog, trimming up the collateral groove here, about to there. And then, because see, releasing this is, I think, important right in here. You know, getting this area in here cleaned up. So that these bulbs right here can move, and just trimming up the frog. Now, I'm not saying take all periopal off in here. Okay, but cleaning up this collateral groove and cleaning up the frog is gonna help this move and expand and come back to where it's supposed to. Okay, so you want to just send those to me, and
so can you see them like this? I've just in your messenger.
Okay, let me look here.
That come up.
Just a minute here. Oh, okay.
Yep, that's
okay. Is that one?
That's the one after the trim, and then I just sent you the one before the trim as well.
Okay. Is that the bar, or what is that right there? No, bar's here. Yeah,
oh, that's the markup I did. Sorry. So what I actually did on that, yeah, there's the markup ones.
Okay, well, it looks here like you cleaned out that area very well. You know, and what I want you to look at here is look here, and this is for everybody, of course. Everything we do on everybody's else's horse, you can apply to your horse too, what you're looking at. Now, just a minute. Going to new share here so we can look at this. Now, right here, you see this area right here, the pillar or toe quarter area. Okay, that could come down. Do you see? Not back, but down.
Wow.
Because they leave them long, that area gets high. See now?
Yes. I've got that on all of mine.
Okay, so
and I'm
you're gonna have to
sure
work at taking this area down and getting it reshaped. Because
how do I do that?
You just take a rasp and rasp it from like about right here to right here, and what you'll see is, now, do you notice how this side is a little more tapered down than this side? Can you see that there is a difference in the way it's shaped?
Yes.
Well, see, if you were to just rasp this flat from here to here, like it would make it look more like this side here.
Right.
See,
I have
it's
that problem with my horses that somehow the way they are now is on the front feet. The inside pillar is higher than the outside pillar. And on the back feet, the outside pillar is higher than the inside. I'm
yeah,
assuming that may have been my trimmer's weaknesses. So I found that now the sole actually comes up where you are right there. The sole is actually raised
yeah,
all the way up and crooked within the foot. So it's really hard to figure out how to correct that since
Yeah.
obviously I'm learning.
Well, see here, you've got
Yeah.
some of the sole
Yeah.
ridge there that's built up. So you just come in here with the rasp from like here to here, and you just want to take that down. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like we always
Yeah.
talk about in these feet, you're gonna take them down or back is what happens. And so here's your foot. Like I'm looking at the side of the foot. Let's see, that's not a very good foot. I can't draw one upside down. There we go. That's ugly. Okay, so to take it down, just a minute here. Take it down, take it down. Okay, is to go take it down like that. Okay, so you're gonna take this
Sorry, I
down
can't see that. It's
with a
just
flat
off the
rasp.
shoulder.
You can't see it?
Oh, the right bit. Sorry. Yeah, no, I can see it now. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
you're gonna take this down. Now, it's different than when we're taking a rasp and we're taking it back like that, like in a bevel, you know?
Sorry, I
So
can't see what you're drawing. It's just off the picture.
you can't, oh, well,
Oh, no, sorry. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. It was my fault. Sorry. All good. I'm
Oh.
with you now. Sorry.
Sorry about
Not
that.
me. No, it's not. Sorry.
So yeah, taking it back would be doing the outside and going that direction. Taking it down is going like this, where your rasp is flat and you're shaping this part of the foot here more. See, you would take that, just that little piece down some, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Then already, just with my blue line there, it's a little more like this side over here. See it?
Yeah.
Symmetry. And like if you were to draw, one thing that would help is if you were to, I do this, like when I'm trimming, and I will also do a line across. Let me do a different color, darker. Come here. I'll do a line across here.
Yeah.
Okay. And I will come up here. Sometimes, well, okay. And when you measure your toe, you know, when you draw a line across here, that'll help you too with seeing symmetry. And sometimes I'll even put a line here.
Okay.
You see how that helps us, our eyes, see symmetry? Let's see. Let me do this. Just a second. Okay, so if I had that, and then I drew a line here at the apex of the frog. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, undo. These lines, for me anyway, this isn't like my paint program where you can move the line around. But see, then that's when you start seeing, oh, well, this is high here. See, this is high. So everybody really needs to pay attention to this. I'm setting up to do a whole new series of videos to where I can really detail out some of this trimming stuff. In how to shape these feet, how to trim on the capsule, how to rasp certain things on the capsule to get that foot moving towards it being shaped more like the inner foot. See, because like just this, learning how to take these toes down here, right in here. Okay. That will help you guys a lot in learning how to shape these feet. See, because you have, they get high, they can get too long forward, but then they get high too. So this is a real trick to do this. Does that help
That's
you?
what I've been facing. Sorry, because my trimmer taught me this is how it's supposed to be. He's supposed to have his weight on those toe quarters. So I've left them, and she has left them long. I mean, I haven't actually trimmed them. This was the first time I've trimmed him. So she's actually left them long, and then they're now unlevel too. So they keep pointing out that inside one, that's the medial one there is way higher than the right. And if you look at the sole underneath, you can now see the sole has migrated too.
Yeah, because they're not
On the
meant
last
to,
image.
they're not meant to bear weight there. I mean, look here. Just a minute. Oh, let me find my picture.
Linda?
Yeah.
When we are bringing feet down or back, do we bring them down first and then back, or back and then down?
You can do both. You do whatever it takes, you know.
Okay.
Sorry.
Question, what was first, egg or chicken?
Okay. Well, you could bring it down if it needs it, and then do your bevel and bring it back, and then look at it again. And if you think it needs to come down a little more or back a little more, then you do that. You know, like I can't give you a formula on that exactly, because I've done both interchangeably. You know, like I've come in there, and well, usually you're always going to take that wall down first, okay, to get it level or almost level with the sole. You're gonna kind of work on that. You know, I know that a lot of times trimmers come in and all they do is bevel a wall. They don't even know how to do a basic farrier trim to get a shoe ready, you know. Well, and I mean less than that, because you're not going to be want to paring out the sole and all that, but I'm talking about how a farrier, well, even a farrier pasture trim, a good farrier pasture trim is something that everybody should learn to just kind of prep the foot to get it ready to then you're going to tweak these things to start getting that capsule more fitted to the foot. So yeah, you possibly take it down. I got a video I'm going to show today. I'm doing a whole new series, a different kind of video. I got a video I'm going to show today of a trim I just did. Not that that's going to be the end all or nothing else. Nothing is. But you learn both, taking it down, taking it back, but you're looking at these feet like, maybe I just need to take it back over here because this side's already shaped. But over here, the sole has gotten high and it's wide. And so I need to take that down because see, the wall grows forward and down. And so if a toe quarter is left long, it's going to be a little rounder, or it could even be more squarish. And so what happens when I rasp that down is that it's also taking it back. And as you do that, it starts taking on more of the form of the foot, because this is a front foot here. Not to say that on some horses, they might be a little more, you know, rounded off over here. I don't know, you know, but I know that this is your basic front foot here, and that the back feet are more spade shaped than this. And so we know if we got a round foot, we've got distortion. somewhere. If we have a round foot and we can't get a clean white line all the way around, and it's stretched and dirty in the sides here, we've got a deformed bound hoof capsule. Because when that happens, it bends the heels down. So if I was to look at this foot from the side, just a minute here. Okay, how come you're not moving? There you go. Okay, well, okay. See there, we're just looking at your foot, right? From this view, Linda?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and remember how I was looking at the side here?
Yeah.
Okay, now, anyway, fairly symmetrical there, but you see the shape of the foot?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't go clear up here like that. See,
Yeah.
so we're doing everything according to the basics of how this foot is shaped. That does not mean that there might be a slight difference on this, that, and the other foot. But as you learn the anatomy and you learn the sole ridge and you learn, we have all these different things we can look at, horn tubules, growth rings, sole ridge, the basic shape, all this, I drew on your deal. Just a minute here. Let me find
And
the
it's interesting because I can't actually trim to sole level at this point in time because the sole itself is lateral medially imbalanced.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened is he's been trimmed to sole level, but the sole level itself hasn't been addressed. So now it's inside, like medial high, and pushing the whole toe quarter out, the pillar out that way. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little this and a little of that, we're gradually getting these feet. Like, I know that we can't just absolutely, because see, I kind of had a problem with that. All right, I would get this picture in my head of what these feet were supposed to look like as I was coming to an understanding. All right. And while on the one hand, I'm saying you can't trim a good foot, you have to grow a good foot. Is really hard not to just want to form that foot right into that, And when I would do that, my horse would get sore. He's like, yeah, it looks nice, but so we're still learning how to move the foot towards this, how to trim enough towards this direction to get these boundaries in and get them moving in that direction without taking away. We're trying to remove a little bit of the false stability while leaving them some of the stability so they can still be comfortable, So this is the hard part about it. There isn't a hard, fast rule formula. There is a hard, fast rule on the anatomy, but us getting that hoof and that foot to all start moving and changing and growing and coming together. Okay. But guess what? If we just start making boundaries and, use some common sense and your intuition and stuff, the horses, their feet want to be this way. So they're going to start changing.
Linda.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Sorry, I'm under allergic attack.
Oh, sorry.
But I have a question. Can we have another glimpse at Linda's hoof? The previous one, the previous picture.
Yeah, but then I want to get off of that because we have to go to Leah.
Yeah,
she's there with her horse. Let's see. Yeah, let me go there. Where am I at? What am I doing?
Can you have a quick look at his left hind, which is the white foot I sent you? It's deformed now severely. And I'm wondering why, because my trimmer again has told me it's his confirmation, but he wasn't born with the deformity. just before we finish off, just so that I have an idea of what's going on there.
Sure. Just a minute here. New share. Okay. Okay, this one here, Angeliki,
Yes,
she wanted
yes. So I want to ask Linda if she beveled the whole hoof wall around the hoof.
Yes, I did on that one.
Ah, okay. Because I see a roundish, like the hoof has a ring around, which is going inside, inwards.
Oh, yeah. Because usually we don't bevel the heels.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what.
Good eye. Yeah.
Yes,
You
I wanted
want
to.
you good eye. Yeah, good eye. That's a good. That was very important too. Here, watch this now. Okay, so you want this part of the wall here. Okay, you don't want to bevel it. You want this all. Okay, you know, this we do have bearing weight. This part here.
Okay.
Up to about, well, about there. See? So past this point right in here, you don't want to bevel your walls, just from there forward and around, okay?
Okay, thank you.
It's real important that this area here have all its stability in here. Good, that was good noticing that.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see here.
That gives me plenty to work on. Thank you very much. Can you just quickly have a look at that white foot I sent you?
Yep.
It's bruised and it's got a really funky shape.
Okay, so that's the other foot.
Yeah.
Just a second here. Okay. This one?
Yeah. No, that's after. That was before the trim. That's after the trim. No, that's not her. Oh, no.
Go the other way. Is this the right horse?
Yeah. It's supposed that there's like a.
Which foot is it?
The left hind, the white one.
The white one?
Yes, really.
Do you like to hold it forward like that?
Yes. And you can even see in this there's red bruising throughout all of it. And it's got like right there, it's like a dent in it. I've sent you heaps of file.
Okay, well, all right.
Yep,
and so he's narrower over on this side and wider. Is that on the lateral side?
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means
got an indent there.
Yeah, and so this heel is trimmed out more. See how it's pulling his bulb wide? This here, let me save image here. Oh yeah, you can see the periopal on this one too. Just a second here. Yeah, this is an interesting foot. Just a second here. Okay, so this heel is trimmed out more. Like these heels are the same height or the same length. Let's put it that way. They're the same length. Okay. But they would not be the same height. Meaning when you put his foot down, is this side it may be lower. Like it's
shorter.
Yeah. And so so what happens then is and look at how the periopal skin has grown all the way in over the central sulcus here. This is probably all mostly periopal, pretty sure.
Mm.
And so this heel got trimmed out more. And so it pulled the bulb down and over and forward. And so you've got to start bringing this frog over so it will have room. Now, he doesn't have any bar there really, does he? And
Well, I trimmed the frog out after this picture, and
okay,
I did address the bars a little bit.
okay. You can see that this side is high right
Mhm.
in here.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
So I would just take this down a little lower to make up. See how this is even more slanted over here? Look, annotate just a second here. Okay, I need red. Okay, this heel right here. And then this one is more upright. Not a lot. It
Mhm.
could be more than what I'm seeing there though. But I would take this all down a little flatter. From here, all the way down through here. Into here. See that?
Yeah.
And that's going to help level him out a little bit so this can loosen up, but you're going to have to grow this heel in. That's why too, you don't want to bevel this wall from here to here. I don't see it done on this wall here like you did on the
I
front
haven't
feet.
trimmed that. No, I haven't
Okay.
trimmed that foot yet.
Okay,
I've just
yeah,
left
you
it
wouldn't
learn
want to
more.
do that. You're going to want this to bear weight so that it can add capsule wall up into here.
Okay.
See, and release this bulb and make your hoof capsule bigger and stuff like that. So,
And on the lateral pillar, you can actually see a little black mark there, right there. Sorry,
right
a bit
here.
further down. A bit further down. Yeah, there. It's actually indented. Like he's got an indent going into the sole right there, and on the external wall you can see a clear indent all the way up. The dorsal wall.
Yeah, that's just from this wall's been pushed forward. Okay. Because once the heel buttress isn't really holding it, the walls have no stability. That's what it's the bar and the true buttress that gives these walls their stability. And so what happens is this just pushed this wall out this way. Okay. And it's also pushing it forward like that. And then it got right to here. And you probably wants to crack, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
You know. And so as you correct all this, that will correct itself.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Well, you got to start. You got to start us some stuff to work on and think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Hey, well, I really appreciate you sharing your story with us, you know, because other people have the same story going on, you know, and they need to understand it, and they need to have hope. And hopefully at some point, more of these trimmers, you know, there are some that are turning around, you know, and stuff like that. They've just never heard an alternative to what they've been taught, a lot of them. You know, I know there's a lot of good, well-meaning people out there. You know, I hope they can hear and turn around.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I really
Okay, well, hey,
it.
yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
It's great. Well, looking forward to seeing your progress.
Thank you.
Linda, do you want to?
Just a minute. Let's see, clear all drawings. Okay, somebody got cut out there. What?
I was gonna ask, do you want to do another one of these with mine? I can wait otherwise.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I do. We wanted to check you out today and see what see what you're learning, seeing what you're seeing and everything like that. So,
Okay, cool. So I'll just now messenger you a bunch.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so you all know that last week we were in Spain. We went to Spain. And we were with Leah and her horse, and she had booted her for the first time, and soaked her feet for a couple days. And then we had a reveal to see what was going on. And so we're going to go back there today, as soon as I can figure out where I'm at here in internet land. Just a minute here.
Did we want to take a break sometime along the line?
You know, we could do that too. Hey, Leah, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Do we have time to take like a 10-15 minute break?
Yes, no problem.
Are you all good and everything?
Yes, I'll just let her hay, and when we're ready, I'll take her out and I'll look at her feet.
Okay, so
But anyway, I sent pictures of, remember that what we did last week was see the first time I soaked her feet. But remember, Linda, I sent you after some pictures that I soaked her feet again afterwards, and you could see some very interesting changes there.
Okay.
And then I sent you pictures of today, of how she is a week later, without having soaked her feet.
Okay.
So
well,
I'll put her in her stable. Now we can have a break, and then
okay.
you
Yes. Why don't we just meet back? I only want like a 10-minute break, if that's all right with people. So 12:45, around 12:50, let's say. It's 12:36 here now. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
What I could do is I could put the video, okay, I'm gonna play the video of my trim.
No.
Well, I'm taking a break. All right, so
I have to bring the kids to bed.
Let me get that going here in a minute. Just a second here. Where am I at? That way, the internet, the YouTube just isn't sitting there blank for 10 minutes. Let's see here. Got to open the video program. Oh, okay, let's see here. New screen share. All right. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's see. Share. All righty. Let's see here. Okay. Make that bigger. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, just a minute. I gotta. Oh man.
That's a beautiful logo, by the way.
It turned out really good. Yeah, thank you.
I was going to say that too. It would look good on a t-shirt.
Yeah, we need to do that. Or cap. Let's see. I gotta make sure I'm sharing the share sound. Oh, there is no sound. Well, yeah, there's chickens clucking. Okay, optimize.
I love your chickens.
Yeah, trimming with chickens. I'm down to 2. They seem to be dying here lately. I need to get some more. I got 3 roosters and 2 hens. That's not a good combination. But the one rooster, he runs the other 2 off. It's pretty funny. Okay, I'm going to start this here. Let's see here. Okay, that should be full screen. Okay, here we go.
Yo no sé si eso es bueno.
Linda? Hello?
Yeah?
It's Elena from Hungary. Hi. Are we having a break?
Yeah. Well, you can break or you can watch the video.
Oh, now I'm torn. I just run to feed the horses and I will be back.
Well, I'll play it again.
Yeah. Okay. Then I don't want to miss anything. Okay. We'll be back.
I'll play it again.
I'm taking mine with me.
Okay. Oops, what happened? Oh, that was the video. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so I'm going to stop that for now. Are you there, Leah? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Yes.
here.
Okay. Anyway, when we're done, I'm going to go ahead and play that again if you want to watch the end of it. So anyway, I'm gonna do I'm gonna do some more trimming videos and try and get down to some detail on what you shouldn't do. Like on my foot there, I have a lot of sole. You know, I have a big, thick, hard, good sole ridge. All right. If you don't have a lot of sole, if the heels aren't in and different things like that, you cannot take the sole down like what you've seen me do there. Okay, with him I can do that. He's fine. He's still got a ton of sole there. And he's got some concavity as well. But on a horse with no sole and whose heels aren't right, I mean, he's got a lot of heel. I've been restoring the heels in him and doing this with him for a number of years now. Well, since 2016. And so he's got a lot of sole because in order to, okay, you could have a lot of sole if your foot was contracted and it was just all retained. Or if your heels are right, then you can get good sole. But before that, you wouldn't want to take it down to make it look like that, like a sole ridge that I have there. So just wanted you to know that. Okay. So trying to get out of here. A second. Okay. Go to Facebook. Did we do this over Facebook last time, Leah?
No, we did it on Zoom.
We did it on Zoom. How do I?
Well, what I did was I activated my camera and then you pinned me.
Okay. Let me figure out how to do that. Let's see. More. Let's see. I just have to figure out how to do that. Again. Let's say new share. It wouldn't be that. Advanced video camera. Let's see. How did I do that? More breakout rooms, reactions, stoplight, copy, disable, hide, show video panel. Ah, okay. Pin. Are you? Let's see. Oh, start video. I think I got you. Ah, there you are.
Okay, wait a minute. Can you see me?
Yes.
Or can you see my horse? What can you see?
I can see your horse now.
Okay. Okay. Great.
Share.
So
can everybody else see your horse?
No.
No.
Share. Ah, yes.
I see it as a small icon beside Leah's name, but not on the main screen.
I think you can enlarge it on your end. Who else? Is anybody else having that problem?
I can't see it at all.
I can't
Yeah.
see it.
No, I can't see it also.
I just see a little thumbnail.
Oh, wait a minute. I got it.
I'm seeing Final Cut Pro with your video. and a thumbnail.
How's that? Did that do anything?
Yes, you have to touch the small image.
Make it full screen.
Where is the image?
I made it, I spotlighted it for everyone. Let me go look at the YouTube channel. That'll tell us.
It's still a
It's only a
thumbnail for
little
me.
thumbnail.
Linda, if you pin like last time, you pin it, then I become in the main screen, you know?
Okay.
So try and
It
find
is-
somewhere where it says
It is
pin.
pinned. It's just not full screen.
Okay. Let me see. Pin. Did that do anything?
I have
No.
full screen after I tapped on it.
Oh, you had full screen after you tapped on it. Okay.
Correct.
Oh.
Yes, but now we lost it.
Okay.
Again.
Yeah, because Leah has
There
to
we
talk.
go. You should have
If
it
Leah
back
is
now.
talking. Yeah. If Leah is talking, then we see Leah.
Oh, okay.
So I have to talk.
But it's
I want
still
Linda
a
to talk.
thumbnail image. Can you make Leah a presenter?
No,
No,
you have to put the, you have
Actually,
to
yeah, I
touch the-
can do that. I can make her the host.
But
Make
if
her
you just
co-host. Make her co-host. There we go. How's
I
that?
know, but yeah, but then how do I share this?
I think you need to touch with your finger the brown horse. Touch it,
Yeah.
and then it becomes big.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's it.
Everybody just
All I can see are the hooves that the trimming videos that you were doing.
everybody
Lynn.
click on the thumbnail, then you will get a large picture of the horse.
Where is the thumbnail?
Leah has to talk.
If you
Leah
don't,
has to talk, then you see the thumbnail.
Hello,
And
I'm
then you-
talking. Can you see the thumbnail for you to touch
No.
it?
sometimes it's possible that the thumbnail that you pushed it off screen. So look on the left or the right side of your phone screen and see if there's a little arrow icon and pull that towards the middle. Then the thumbnail comes back.
Well, and oh, something is going on too.
Oh, you have to swap the screen for a video. Okay.
Just a minute.
Now I see her horse full screen eating hay.
Yeah, I got to do a new share for one thing. Where do I new share? Maybe I need to not share. How do I get out of share? Let's see here. Let's see.
Can everyone see her
Stop
horse?
share. There we go. Can anybody see now?
Yep. I saw.
Yep,
It's now.
I can see it.
I can see
Okay.
it.
I had been sharing. I had not stopped the share. Okay. On that other deal. That's what the problem was. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to make that bigger. Oops. Let's see. How do I make that bigger? So it's full screen on my deal here.
I think it's full screen already, Linda.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
I
it's
think
not
so.
for me. It's not for me. Oh, view. Well, let's see. speaker. There we go. Okay, now. Okay, I think we got you there, Leah, finally.
Okay, right, let me see if she's going to let me.
I don't know what's going on in the YouTube channel. It's still on that other deal. I'll refresh.
I'm going to perhaps maybe wet the hooves a bit so that everything is clearer.
Do you feel like the soaking has helped as far as you're seeing better the real foot and what's going on there?
Yes. Yeah, well, I managed to be able to trim the frog and the bars much better the second time because I used more moisturizer. So it was much softer and I was able to do a much better trim. Sent you the pictures of that.
Good.
Okay. All right.
What kind of phone do you have?
An iPhone.
Okay. Boy, it sure gives good video. You know what? Clear, good video. Now,
I can see as a ridge here. A ridge. You know where the periopal stops?
Well, that's interesting. Could be
I did trim off the flap. I trimmed off the flap.
Okay, so what I think is going on there is you have more heel wall growing in and staying in at the top. Right there. That you'll see that. Is it like a bump? Like a rounded bump?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So your bulbs are able to let loose. And so as that wall grows there, it's staying up at the top instead of pushing down, and it's allowing the bulb to raise up. And it'll be rounded, you know, like normally you'd want your heel buttress to be straight, but it will be rounded right there because the bulb is pulled down and rounded. So as it's releasing, it's got a rounded shape in the release. And so the wall that's growing in will be rounded. I'll show you. Did that on my horse. When the bulb released, the hoof wall that grew in was a kind of a rounded lump shape. Yeah.
Yes, it's a lump here.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's wall. See, it's wall that's coming in there, but it looks like a lump instead of straight like it's supposed to be. But because it's growing to the shape of the foot as it releases is what's happening. Well, that's pretty neat. Remind me to show a picture of that from my horse. Now,
okay,
I need to take a picture of this here. Go ahead.
I sent you in the messenger a comparison between the first time I took the boots off and the second time I took the boots off, and you could see something very interesting going on with the bulbs.
Okay.
From the back.
Now, if I remember right, too, there was way more imbalance before. It looks like the foot is leveling out here some.
I think so too. Especially when I pick it up, it doesn't look so twisted.
Yeah. See, now I was just looking at the other. Is this the other foot? Which foot is this?
Yeah, this is the other.
The other foot.
Let's see. What do you want to see?
Oh, just a minute here. Well, I should have been taking a.
This is the one where she's lame. This one.
This is the foot she's lame on.
Yes.
Here.
This is the one. This has always been the high hoof, and this is the low hoof.
The low hoof. So she's got the high-low syndrome. Okay.
Well, little bit, not very exaggerated, but yeah.
Well, I can see why she would be sore on this foot. You know, just the way it's so imbalanced, you know, and it just, you can see the red up there. And would you come around behind that foot again? Okay, and then back up, get further away. Hold on here. I gotta save your one picture. Just a minute. Yeah, 10. Hold on. Sorry. 11. There we go. Jeez, a stupid thing. Hold on. Sorry. No. Hold on, because I'm going to take a picture of that. This reminds me just how crooked it is. See?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to have to compare that.
Her front foot looks like my horse's back foot.
Really?
But her horse's foot looks better. Yeah, because my horse had that stifle injury. So she walked with that back hind foot all the way out to the side, which made it so wonky.
Yeah, and it probably just went back and forth. It's probably, see, because I believe that the stifle injuries start with what's going on with the feet.
And then he got the leg stuck.
He got his leg stuck.
Yeah, she got it stuck in the pipe fencing, and she tore the MCL, and she got a huge tibial bone cyst.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so then that is a case where it changed the conformation of how she was walking. So yeah, it would affect the foot.
Yeah, I should show you. I should send you a video of how she was walking. But
okay,
tact, it seems to be helping straightening that back foot out. She's never been lame on it other than when she got hurt. But yeah, I'll have to show you. It's
okay.
Leah?
Yeah.
Is there
Hey, oh,
swelling
stop right there. Stop right there.
in the
Stop
back
right
of
there.
the
Stop right
foot?
there. Ah, shoot. I just missed it. That was good. That was a good shot.
Right. Sorry, is there swelling in the fetlock? In the back of the fetlock?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know whether she's lame because of her hoof of the capsule or because of the tendon.
Could be a combination of things, you know.
Yeah, I managed to clean up the bars, as you can see.
Yeah.
But now it's like a different color.
Well, yeah, that brownish color. Because were you here when I was talking about showing the inner foot and how when things get wet and start to move, that inner frog corium and the bulbs is releasing from the frog. It's stretching, it's moving, and it'll start to get brown like that.
See the way it's twisted?
Yeah. Or well, I can't see it right there. Well, I
look at the direction of the hoof capsule is towards the inside.
Oh, I can see it now. Yeah.
See?
Just a minute, Leah. 23. Hold on, because I want to take a picture of that. Just a second here. There we go. I got to take a picture and then flip them up. Let's see.
want me to do another angle?
Hold on, well, here, hold on again. For some reason on the video, it shows sideways.
Like that?
Oh, just a second. I'm labeling the last picture. Let's see, Leah, 24. Say one thing about it. I'll be able to go, okay, can you get further away? We need a bird's eye view. Yeah, because the one heel trimmed out more, pulling the whole foot over to the side. I mean, you can really see that, you know, that. See how wide the lateral frog is pulled over there? See, here you can really see it well, how far that bulb is pulled over and forward. Can you see that? And again, you see the brownness of the frog. Now, when I started trimming my frog and getting a lot of this stuff out, the whole foot turned brown. And then the periopal skin totally turned, well, the periopal skin, the texture totally changed. Everything, the texture and everything changed. And then it all turned back to skin color. So when I was seeing this, I was thinking, well, something's going on. There's a healing process going on here. Okay. So any thoughts on your part there, Leah?
Well, yes, I would like to have a look at the photos that I sent you, you know, so that we could talk about the differences that we can see between what happened the first time I took the boots and the second. This is just for you to show you how she is today.
Okay.
And what next steps should I take?
Okay.
Seeing what's happening here, that's all.
Okay.
I'm not going to trim her now.
No. Okay.
Because it's dinner time, so I think I'm going to take her to eat some of her dinner.
Well, why don't you go ahead and do that and put her up, and then we'll go through those photos.
Okay, great.
Okay. I would like to have some of those mats.
Linda?
Yeah.
I just sent you 2 pictures where we can, one picture where we compare the last week and this week from the foot from Leah's horse.
Okay, we're gonna watch her walk into her stall. Look at, you know, right where to go. Oh, what's that? Found the grain. There her go. What a sweet girl. What's her name? Oh, Leah must not hear me.
I call her Princess, but her name is Figrid.
Oh, what a sweet girl. Well, Princess, hopefully we'll be able to do something to help you here. Okay, so Simone.
Yep, I just sent you on the private messenger a comparison to the last week from the hint.
Oh, great.
From the back view and from a screen share from even. I think that is a very good development.
Oh, great. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Let me close that and close this one. Just a second. I'm getting there. Gonna you oh, there you go. Okay. Wow, that's quite interesting, I would say.
Screen share.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'm lost. Let's see, there's Zoom, there's me, there's screen, there's there we go. Okay, Everybody got that?
Yep.
Wow. Well, that's quite interesting, I would say. Are we even sure that's the same foot?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I know. Well, it sure did widen up, didn't it? That's very interesting.
Look how relaxed the bulb's looking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, everything. And above, the cartilages, everything. That's really, really interesting. Just the change, like it grew and blossomed or something. Because over here, it looked very contracted last week, more contracted, and man, it's really spread out. And even the side that's real stiff, what would that be? The medial side? Okay, because you can see, the more you look at these feet, the more you see how when the one heel is more trimmed out and shoved forward and pulling that bulb down, how it just literally twists the whole capsule, and like now I'm looking at this bulb here. Just a minute, let me do some annotating. Are you there, Leah?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Like you would like it's forward and twisted and pushed in this way, all the way, going all around. And then by the time it gets up here, it's twisting this side in as well and shoving it up, to where it's shoving this cartilage over like this. Like here's the cartilage here, but here it is over here. See? So interesting just how much fuller this side looks now. It's like it's been able to expand a little. So as you grow this heel in, and as all this moves back, this side will also move in, and this side will move out and rebalance the foot. That is what happened to my horse, because I had the same problem, worse on, I think, one of the back, which run is it? The left hind was my worst foot, but the fronts were way asymmetrical, and they're real tight on this side and real wide on this side. But as I grew this heel back in, and as this wall started to come back, while this one actually released and came out. And so that's what we want to see happen. We want to see this side. Well, we got to see the heel come back, because look here. The distance from there to there, and the distance from there to there. See? And so we know. Oh, go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I can see the difference. Yes.
Now, you don't notice it as much over here, do you? See, look here.
And have the bulbs gone up a bit? Or is it just the photo?
I think yes. I think the whole back of the foot is expanded. It's just she's been able to the foot to set down, and just the capsule expand. I mean, this is really great seeing how booting her up has helped this foot out.
And guys, I think one of the most important thing is how the infection went down. Look at the reddish area
here in here.
No, but that's because it was wet because of the sock. That's because it was irritated because it'd been wet for a long time. No, it's not like that normally.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'd just taken the sock off and it'd been on there for 3 days. So it was very tender because of
because there is
the-
a huge difference on the color of the back of the foot.
Yeah, but she said it was from the sock, but I don't know.
It's
Yes,
wet.
maybe.
Yeah. But
Maybe, but
still,
I
you
can see
will
the-
see stuff like that because there's a lot of pressure, like what Angelique is saying. You will see stuff like that. And definitely you see a difference in the periopal. You know, just the
Linda,
yeah.
this is Elena from Hungary. I was just visiting two horses, quarter horses that I'm helping to rehabilitate, and I have the same redness. We just got rain coming.
Okay.
And the hoof started to change and expand, and the bulbs are like really bright, like they're red.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Okay.
So it's absolutely, and if I touch the hoof, it's a little bit, they're warm, but they're warm where the cartilages are. And they look very similar. They're really like full, you know? But the hoof is expanding and they're just changing. So I think it's more, the redness is related to the internal processes of the hoof expanding and all the soft tissues, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
it's very, very similar. I'm just checking my phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know irregardless that stuff has to be happening inside these feet. As you know, it's just like if you had a really tight pair of shoes on, you know, that was really squeezing your feet, and then, you know, kind of let loose. Let's look. I want to go and look at the pictures she also sent here. Just a second here. Let's see. And look at the other foot too. Let's see. New share. Oh, this is pretty cool what you did here. What did you do that with?
Well, I used an app that I put a picture and then another one on top, and I changed the opacity so that I can see the changes between the first picture and the second picture.
Well, I need
And then
to learn how to do that.
Video it, and then I video it so that I can
Well,
see,
that is
because
really cool. Wish I could make that bigger.
What I can see is that the medial side looks as if it has expanded.
Yeah.
You know? See, because it looks suddenly as expanded. I thought that was very interesting to see.
Yes. Yes, I can see that. Well, and that's what we need, right? You know, because it's so compressed over. That is just really neat. I have to learn how to do that. Can you tell me what app you were? Do you put that on? You did that on your phone though, didn't you?
Yes, I did it on my phone.
Man, I gotta get me an iPhone because you can do so many things with them.
I have an iPhone and I had no idea.
Well,
no,
hey.
But this is a special app that I've been playing around with, you know, because I like editing photos and things. And then I suddenly thought of, okay, I'm going to put one picture on top of another and try and see if I can see the difference by changing the opacity of the picture. And then you can really see the changes and how the hoof grows. Bazat. Wait, I'm going to put it in the chat.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I need one.
This is really cool. And you got just the perfect angle of the photo in the same spot too.
I tried.
That is really cool. Let's see here. Now, are they both of these? Which one is which? Here, what are we looking at here?
Look, the top one is the first time I took the boot off, and the bottom one, as you can see, is much pinker. That is the second time I did the soaking of the, and here you can see a big difference of the bulbs. That is what I wanted to talk about.
Oh yeah,
because it seems as if it's the same angle, but look, the bulbs seem as if they'd gone up, and that as if the heels had grown. Look, you could the lateral one looks longer than at the top, so perhaps it means that it just came back.
Yeah, I think this pulled back. I think this could have pulled back. Well, gosh, that is really interesting. I mean, I can't just look here right now and go instant this, that, and the other. I'd have to study it. I definitely see a difference over here. Well, I see a difference here. It does look like the heel grew, doesn't it?
Yes.
See, it could, see, who knows, you know, like this water, getting these hooves, like I do realize that too much water for too long could probably be detrimental, you know, and stuff, but these hooves, you figure the foot has been pulled out of shape by the distorted hoof capsule. And so then when you get a lot of water to that hoof capsule, that foot kind of, there's so much pressure. See, that's the whole thing. Like I keep saying, these feet want to be in a certain location. They want to be, because all that anatomy has been pulled, forced into positions, cartilage forced into a position, fat, big, huge chunk of, well, look at how different it looks even right here. This is a digital cushion. Oh, guess who's back? It's Jackie. Hi, Jackie.
No, in this case, it was just me. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was Jackie.
No. I'm sorry.
That's funny. But just the difference here. Say their digital cushion is in here, you know, fills up this whole area. It's fat and it's all connected and cartilage. And so, you know how fat is? You can put one of those slimmers on or a girdle. Am I giving things away? But then, and it's gonna, you know, form that up, but as soon as you take that girdle off, it just all hangs out again, right? Fat does not pull or compress or anything. It wants to return. It's got memory. And so, and the cartilage has memory. And so it just seems like all the water getting to the capsule has enabled the foot to move and kind of pull things around and back. It's very interesting.
May I ask?
Fascinating.
May I ask if there's a side view comparison also?
Oh,
because what I'm wondering is if the wall or the bars is not growing, is it going back?
Did you put a side view?
Yes, you have side views. You have all the views.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I sent everything to you.
Oh my goodness, I see it now. Is that today or is that?
No, that was before putting the boot on for the first time. That was the before.
Well, let's just go through here. Let's see here if I can
that
we
is
get
the
that?
after.
Okay.
Look at the frog's day, how it moved back.
Did it? Yeah, all that would move back. This wants to widen up. Is this today? Or is that last week?
No, that's last week.
Okay.
Today you can't see the.
That's today, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Yes, it is today.
Okay.
Look, you can see the bulbs at the back,
Mhm.
on the wall. You know how it suddenly round and then suddenly you see the straight line from the wall right at the
Yeah.
end of that you couldn't see, I think, before.
I'm gonna have
That-
to get take a picture here. Just a second here.
It looks wider at the top than at the bottom, doesn't it? Looks
Look at
wider.
that little cross on the.
It
Is it
looks like
lateral?
dodos.
No, not that
Yeah.
much.
What's
Not
what?
that
What?
much, but it's in the same way.
Hey, Simone.
Yeah.
Do you want to see if you can remove the blue line?
Well, I tried it, but I don't know how.
Let me try here. Let's see.
I
Clear
tried to
all
delete
drawing.
it.
Oh, I got it. I got it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm so sorry for that.
No, that's all right. Don't worry about it. No biggie. And stuff. Well, now you can see how this foot wants to pull. Can you see the cartilages here that go like that? The pressure. Okay, this cartilage wants to come up this way, and I'm going to draw a thing on here. Just a minute here. Do blue. So this cartilage that's coming down like this, okay, it actually wants to be more like this. It would actually probably come out close to being that much. See, now this here, am I wrong, or does this go down like that? Okay, so the foot is kind of squeezed together like so. So this is all going to have to, this is going to add capsule in here and eventually pull out on the back here, pull the whole frog back to where your frog and everything will be growing from this position here. Yeah, see these horses got way bigger feet, you know, than what we've been led to believe. So that is more your horse's foot right there. So, okay, that's where you need to go. Oh, okay.
So what are the next steps, Linda, after doing all this and after seeing these results? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to, we were talking about, you know, the balance, looking from the back, that we saw that the medial side was like more jammed up and was maybe longer than the lateral side, and perhaps trim that. But remembering the x-ray, the bone is tilted towards the medial side. So I'm afraid that if I trim the medial side, it will be even more tilted.
Let's go look at the x-ray again here in just a second. I'm just taking a picture of this. Okay, close that. Just a minute, annotate. Let me find the x-rays. You gave me the x-rays, right? They're in here.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at the x-ray. Okay, so
the x-ray would be of the other foot, not this one.
Not this one. Let's look at that. Let me go just a minute.
If you continue.
Yeah, you got to keep me in line here, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, there's.
Yes, this is today.
Okay.
This is today.
Okay.
And that is today. That is the same hoof that we were looking at before.
Okay, and she's lower in the x-ray on this side or the other side?
It looks as if she's lower on the inside.
Okay, so
but it wouldn't make sense because the way the hoof is twisted.
Yeah, let me go find the x-ray. Just a second. I know it's way back here somewhere.
No, it's
I found it.
That's my colt.
That's your colt. Okay.
Yeah. There it is. See, and this is taken from the front not from the back. So you can see that the medial side is on the left and the lateral side is on the right. And you can see that it's tilted towards the medial side. But you can see in the x-ray, the wall, can you see the wall where it finishes? It's jammed up and it's in the medial side, it's higher than the wall on the lateral side. See?
Yeah.
So what am I supposed to do to correct that? Because she's definitely imbalanced in her bone.
Okay, but this is your colt. This isn't her, right?
No. This is her. This is her.
Oh, okay. I thought you said this is my colt.
No, because you showed another picture before.
When you were,
yeah.
Can you draw a vertical line right down through the all three of the bones of P1, 2, and 3? A vertical line, and then see if the bottom is actually at right angles or if it's just the hoof capsule that's making it look sideways.
Okay, just a second here.
That's very interesting. Very interesting thought that. I didn't think about doing that.
Because if you look, those joints are at right angles like they should be. Between P1, P2, between P1 and P2, and then between P2 and P3, they look like they are fine.
They do, don't they?
They don't look as if one side is squeezed more than the other. There's the same space between the upper bone and the lower bone.
Right. It just looks like the hoof capsule that's crooked.
You think so? Yeah, it's true.
Now, okay, so this is the medial side right here.
Yes, medial.
This is the lateral. Okay. Medial.
I can't quite see the bottom of P3 on the left side there on the medial.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of drawing. Or, I mean, not drawing, letters, you know, the dates and stuff like that.
It looks like the bottom of the frame, though, cuts it off.
Just a minute. I'm going to take a snapshot of that.
Yeah, because they were actually taking the x-ray of the fetlock to see whether she had some damage there. That's because it was swollen. But I wanted them to take the hoof, too, so that I could see the balance. But
okay, they maybe didn't get the whole bottom of the hoof, then. Of the coffin bone.
Actually, I think the bone is there, but maybe not the capsule.
Do share. There, I'll enlarge it. Now, just a second here. Clear. Sometimes, sometimes what is good is to take it as small as you can get it to as large as to then large. Look at it at different sizes because it helps you see. And when I take it to the smallest, I'm seeing it twisted, like it's twisted around. And that's what's forcing it to be high on one side and low on another. I know for a fact that, like you were saying, the hoof wall is lower on the lateral side than the medial.
That's what it's, I think so. When you look at it from the back, you see that the hoof wall is like very upright and like jammed up to the top.
Yeah.
Of the coronary band. And then the lateral side is more underrun. So what you say is when obviously that when one side is the different angle, but the wall is higher than the other, we should trim the higher walls so that to let the other heel come back and not be underrun anymore. Be more upright like the other one. So one heel has to be lower than the other. Well, at least that's what I understood from what you were saying.
Well, that's what we've been doing. Just a minute.
I see bones to be aligned. Only the hoof capsule is crooked. So I think It is a matter of time until the bones sets in the new hoof balance.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a twisted hoof capsule, and that is what it's making it that way. Like you can see the frog in this one, like just kind of tweaked around towards the medial side. Maybe, you know. So as the hoof capsule untweaks,
it will take the bone to the right position too.
Yeah.
Because she has no twisting on the bones. You cannot see twisting the bones. The P3, P2, P1 are aligned.
Yeah.
I think Marilyn is right.
I don't know if the coffin, well, you know. Well, here's the thing though. Something you're not seeing, something's going on here. He's got that foot on a board.
Yes.
Are we even seeing the actual bottom of this heel here?
I don't think we are.
I don't think we are either. You know, I got x-rays on my horse, and part of his foot was off the board, you know, so I had to make up for that. I'm not sure that what we're seeing here in the x-ray is the full deal here.
It looks to me like the horse is just standing crooked.
Yeah, it kind of does in this picture. Like I see they have a board here. Can you see it? You see the wood grain?
She was standing on a wooden board, but she does stand crooked anyway. When we look at the pictures from the back, you can see that the hoof is crooked, it's twisted.
Mm-hmm. So just, you know, growing in this heel to where this wall comes over and then can pull all this back, you know, then that's going to allow this hoof capsule, to my current understanding, to twist back around this way. I mean, already we've seen just from even just soaking that this side has gotten wider, and you know, things are kind of moving there. So, but see, this is interesting too, what you're saying, that side is lower. Oh no, I'm going to have to think about that. Okay. Because, of course, if this foot was straight, well, what would happen if this foot was straight? Let's see, just a minute. Clear all drawings. So if we were to take this, just a second here, let me get rid of this. Okay. If we were to take this and I take a picture of it. Oh, well, here, just open it. Wait a minute. Open with snag it. Okay. Just a second. Well, if the program opens.
So while we wait, so what should I carry on doing? Should I carry on soaking the hoof, or what am I supposed to do?
Yes,
from now on?
I do believe that, and doing your basic trim. You know, doing your basic trim, mapping the foot, doing the basic trim, getting your pillars right. Yeah.
But what about the medial heel? Should I trim it more lower, so that's to allow the lateral heel to come back, or shall I just not touch the heels at all?
I don't know. I don't know. Let's look here. I want to straighten out this leg. Okay, because I think her foot was off the board here, and I'm going to show you why I think that. Look here. Just a minute here. First of all, let me take a copy of that. Just a minute. Got a new share it. Are we in snag it there? Yep. Okay. See where we're at here? First of all, look here. More line. Hold on. Okay. See that board there? That board goes just like that. You see it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you know what that means?
Yes, that probably the side of the hoof was off the board.
Off the board a little, maybe, or well,
Yeah.
maybe not. I don't know. I'm looking, I'm trying, I can come on here and there's some stuff I can flat out tell you, and there's other stuff I gotta study and think about.
Okay.
Linda,
Okay.
I've sent you a photograph, and I just tilt a little bit the whole picture.
Okay, well, see, I can do that right here too.
Oh, because the whole thing is crooked now.
That's
There,
what I
there.
was saying. It looked like that she was just standing crooked. Her leg looks straighter like that.
Well, yeah, but she stands that way, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And see, so when you straighten her leg, then you see, I don't know what you see exactly. Wait a minute. Remote control. You see a lot of things here. Let me, sometimes we do need to do a little more studying on these to understand. One thing we know is that the hoof capsule is twisted, and so it's twisting. It's not just twisting the capsule, it's also going to tweak the coffin bone as well. It's going to tweak it all, slightly, even though we see, and this looks good and stuff like that, like the space between the joints, it's still going to twist this slightly, all of it. Now
it's twisted
like we
towards the
have
right.
the ski tip from the bad trimming.
Yeah. I want to look.
They changed the bones. Change. They.
Yeah. Look at how wide the bone is here. Okay, and then look at how it's narrowed out over here. See? So it has changed the shape of the bone. And so one thing we could do is get a normal healthy capsule and bone and look at it. So this is a little different here, just what you're seeing. But then you have to wonder, so is that what I'm really seeing? Was this X-ray down the actual center of the way the foot is twisted, or is the foot off a little bit? So, can you see the difference in the coffin bone here and on this side?
I see it, and I see a bit of a gap above where on the right hand side between the two joints on one side more than the other two.
Huh.
Looks like the coffin bone is just a little tiny bit wider right at the top on the right.
Over here? Yeah, well, that looks a lot wider to me than this side. Look, wouldn't you say? To right, oh, come on. Right there?
Yeah.
That looks substantially different.
I wonder if that could be from twisting.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. It's like well, first of all, it's pulling this side down. Okay. So it's not just twisting it level. Okay. So it would be twisting that side kind of down and this side up. Like, let me see if I could, and I'm not sure about this. This is, you know, looking at it and wondering, like, okay, let's see if I can draw it. Like this side is being pulled down and then it's being twisted like this, kind of like in that form, like this side down and this side up. Well, and then here's your here, and then you see that there with this going down like that and that going down like so. I mean, that's what could possibly be happening inside there, you know. And then you see this here, look at that heel going down like that. And this one, I'm not sure where it's at here. Maybe here.
Couldn't the bone also be twisted on the axis?
Yeah.
Like anything closer to the camera is going to be a little bit bigger than something far away, which would make it not only, you know, diagonally incorrect, but also pushing the higher side forward, lower side back.
Well,
Yeah?
and then remembering too, oh yeah, you're looking from the front, you know, because in all these x-rays, they constantly look like you're looking at the back. You know what I'm saying? Because you can see the back. They always look that way, you know, so that's always confusing to begin with. And stuff.
I also sent you a picture of the hoof from the front.
Okay.
Without being an x-ray, you know,
okay.
to see if we could see
that.
something, you know.
Yeah, look at the collateral groove, the shape of the collateral groove here too.
And we should take in consideration that the force that the horse puts on that proper moment.
Yeah.
On that exact moment, because sometimes it puts its weight in some place, and the bone has to be a little bit pressed there, compressed.
Mm-hmm.
Linda, I sent you a comparison to the shot from in front and the X-ray.
Okay, I'll go there. Just a second here. Let's see.
Is that from the photos that I sent you, Simone?
You know what, Simone, you're just very handy.
I'm just working while I'm listening. So
this is great. Well, this is great. Having you do this is wonderful. So we are looking at the front. So technically, you're kind of doing the same thing I was in that looking at this as the heel. Maybe this is not the heel we're looking at right here totally. Or is it? Cripes. Because I'm thinking there's part of this.
No, Linda, this is not the heel. This is the quarter.
Well,
it's the front. It's the front side.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. A lot of time hoof wall will not show up in an x-ray at all. I've seen it where it just looked blank. Okay. And to me, what it looks like here is that it is showing back to, because look, these are heels. Okay. That's a heel. Even though we're looking forward, this is a heel. This line right here. Okay.
We're just seeing all the way straight through the whole foot.
Yeah. We're just seeing, and then the bone. But one thing we know is that you all see how the pillars are jammed up here? You know, and actually your growth rings, are they higher over here?
They were higher on the medial side, and I trimmed the quarters down today a bit, flat. As you were saying in the beginning, you said that somebody had to trim down the quarters, and I said, oh, well, that's just what's happening with my mess. I trimmed them down.
Okay. You measured, we know that the hoof capsule is twisted, and that the pillars have been getting long. See, that one is not shaped like that, should follow the pillar right there just a little more. Like you can't always just, because they're jammed up, you can't always just trim to the growth ring, but what you can do is you have to start getting the sides of the toe more shaped to the toe itself, and these growth rings so that they start like here where this one goes up, so that it starts letting down. See, there's not like do this one thing and do that one thing. It's like all these little bits of things that you do eventually start helping the capsule, the horse, be able to take his foot and conform the capsule more to his foot, because you're changing boundaries. Like when you look over here and you see these growth rings, just a minute here, let me get a drawing. Okay, so you see this growth ring here, how it goes like that, and then you can see this one here too.
Yes. So I should trim right up to there.
No. That's what I mean. Okay, so we don't want that bulge there. Just a minute. Let me redo this. Because see, I see it going like this. And then this up here. Okay, no, but what you do need to come do is come and just bevel that right there, which will start letting this drop down. Okay, so that these will be like this.
Okay, so this is beveling. It's not lowering, like you said in the beginning of the chat.
Right. Now
that's just beveling. Okay.
Yeah, this would be just beveling, relieving the wall right here. Now, if the wall was high there, you would also take it down. You might take it down a little to shape it more to the shape of the foot and then bevel it. See, so you might actually come in here and just lower it a little, but I'd have to look at the bottom of the foot to be able to tell that and stuff, because it's a matter of lowering them from the bottom sometimes, because as I said, the wall grows forward, down and forward. Just a minute. And so in the pillar area, if you don't take it down right, it starts, your foot that's supposed to be, I'll try and draw a correct foot. Your foot that's supposed to have a toe that's shaped more, now let's get that point out of it, like this, starts growing out like this and getting either rounder or squarer right here. So, and high, it gets high. And then because you leave it high, because what happens is, and it's actually being left high and long, that's when you start getting these pillars that go like this. See, instead of being correct and symmetrical. Just a minute.
Linda, in the X-rays, can you please notice and make a mark on the central sulcus of the frog?
Just a second here. I'm gonna erase this stuff. Okay.
Then we will get how the
You mean on here?
In the X-ray.
I would have no idea where it's at.
There. On the left, where are you? On the there. Exactly this
You think
triangle.
that's it?
Yes. This small triangle is the central sulcus.
Oh, okay.
There.
Well, what's this one? Oh, that's collateral groove. But then what's this?
The collateral groove is further on the right. There.
Here's the collateral groove. Maybe that's it. And then you got this one down here.
There, yes.
Okay.
In the upright triangle, it's the it should be this black spot. It should be the central sulcus.
Yeah, I just don't know if that's me personally, I'm not going to sit here and say I can look at that personally and tell that that's what all that is. See?
Because
you know,
the darker spots are the ones that are hollow.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
I
the
don't know.
X-ray.
No, but she doesn't have any central sulcus on the photos when you have the solar view. It's just a little.
Just a minute. I gotta erase all this. Yeah, I don't know. This I do know. That you gotta correct little things all over the place and gradually get that hoof capsule to untweak itself. So
right.
So yeah, this is one thing you work on. See, that's not supposed to be like that. Okay. So you might have to take this down some, and then you re-bevel the wall. Let's look at the bottom of the foot to see, okay? Because I can tell by looking at the bottom of the foot, like solar view, like do you need to take it down? You always bevel it over, you know, but if it's still jammed, let's say that you couldn't take it down anymore, that it's as far as you could take it down, but it's still got this bulge here. Well, then that's when all you can do is bevel it and get the ground pressure off of it so that the wall up here will release, or well, wherever it is, like right here, it will release. And what you'll see is you'll see this where it's pushed up like that. You'll see it relax and do this. See, because ideally the foot, when we look at it from the front, we should see this shape right here. See, now that's not too bad. Now what happened over here, again, the heel's pushed forward, it's pushing this bulge out here. But ideally what we should see in these pillars is just this. See, so you shouldn't even see that there really. And same up here, like she's probably, this looks like it's a little jammed up right here, would you say? Maybe a little, you know, but primarily this whole hoof capsule is kind of twisted. And so by growing those heels back in, that's the best thing you can do, releasing the frog, working a little bit on, you know, paying attention to your growth rings and things like that, like what we're looking at right here. We know there's an imbalance here. Okay. it's all these little things, and maintaining a consistent mapping trim and a consistent trim cycle that is going to change the foot. You know, it's that consistency. See, that's a good thing about the basic mapping that we do is that it keeps you consistent. Whereas when people don't map, they don't do anything, you know, and they don't know how to deal with pillars. They don't know what the foot is supposed to be shaped like. Like, we know this is supposed to basically look like this from the front. You know, the growth rings. They shouldn't be rising up, or they shouldn't go. I mean, you'll see them go like this, you know. All of these things are going to work together to start untwisting this foot. And I know that because I trimmed my horse's feet into being twisted just like this. And, you know, he wasn't standing out as far as like she is, you know, like that. But I definitely had him pigeon-toed. And all we can do is, or all you can do is do the basic mapping, the basic trim, and then do the corrective tweaking, and then let the foot go and see what's going to happen, you know. And what we're going to do is we're going to hope that all this is just going to start straightening up and maybe get to a point where it relieves enough of the pressure that's causing her pain to where she'll be sound. That's all I can tell you. Because we haven't got this down to a perfect science yet, you know. But with what you're doing, we're going to learn a lot about twisted offset foot, like what she's got here, and being able to correct it. You know, you can know what the anatomically correct foot is. And then there are all these variations and distortions and things that happen. You know, we don't have exact pat answers, you know. Well, actually, this is pretty much an exact pat answer. You got to make different boundaries for things. You got to remove areas that are causing problems. You know, you can't do it all at once. You can't just carve the foot into what you want. It's a growth process, and it's going to take some time. And so we're just going to have to wait and see how this all pans out and works out. Hopefully, everything will come together. The foot will untwist. You know, if the coffin bone, you know, is a different shape, you know, I just, wait a minute. It definitely does look like it's a different shape on this side than on that side, which can happen from a long time imbalance. This side can get narrower than this side, but the coffin bone is really spongy. And so who's to say, if it isn't worn away, that it can't kind of reform itself as well. So it formed that way, you know, due to the imbalance. Okay, so that's all I can tell you on that foot. Anybody got anything to add?
Linda,
huh?
Sorry, Leah, I'm jumping in.
Jump in.
Thank you.
Jump in, please.
I just
could have done it before this.
Sorry. I just wanted to ask if we could see a photo again of the back side of the foot, just to see the bulbs.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, see, get more heads thinking about this stuff, which is a good thing. You're all doing awesome. You know, I appreciate all the input from Simone and Angeliki and from everybody. More eyeballs, you know. Let's see, because this is my idea, is that everybody learns all the basics, and then eventually, if we have our foundation right, like I started this out talking about how farriers start from a bad foundation. You know, their foundational knowledge is in error. And so all their conclusions are either bad, wrong, or questionable most of the time. And so if we can come from an accurate foundation of what the foot is supposed to be and knowing the inner foot, see, in all this, we have to remember there is a whole foot inside this horse's capsule here that's doing all these different things in there. And so we have to add that in and understand that as well. Like I said, this is like not just 3D. This is 6D. See? Okay, let me go to find the front of the picture. You know,
Linda, just before you move over to the next photo, what is if you're looking at the X-ray, where is the point of the tip of the coffin bone?
Good question, because it's hard to tell in X-rays like this. You know, if we were looking at a solar view, I could tell you, but I cannot tell you in X-rays like this, because to me, my brain is always telling me that I'm looking at the heels, at the back forward instead of the forward back. You know, like I know it isn't that area there, you know, I know that these are the coffin bone wings on the side up here. See, do you see how these X-rays they take from the front look like they're taken from the back?
No, yeah, 100%. I have to keep telling myself that it's from the front.
Exactly. So yeah, where is the tip of the coffin bone when you're looking at it, at something like this? They look so weird. See, I would really like to be able to tell. You know, where is it? You know, maybe that is one thing a vet could tell us. And then maybe not, you know, so I don't know. And Steph, what did your vet say? Hello? Leah.
My vet said that the medial side was being worn off more than the lateral side, but that's not true.
Okay.
The vet didn't know. Vet didn't know.
Yeah. So
I mean, you can clearly see how she's wearing off the medial side more. You know. And you can see that the hoof is twisted. It's not that.
Okay, I want to look at, what were we going to look at?
Back of the foot.
Okay. All right, hold on. That's the back of the foot. Okay. Well, now, here's the thing. Okay, brainstorm. In the front, the medial side looks lower. In the back, the medial side looks higher. Because, first of all, you got to remember this is all cartilage. All right? This is all cartilage. This ain't the coffin bone. Okay? Why couldn't the coffin bone be lower in front, but the heel be higher in back? Remember, we got 4-point trim, right? Whatever it's called. You got 4 Okay, has anybody ever worked on trying to make a picture frame square or something like that? You know, like when you make a house square, all right? We're looking at a square, 4 different corners here. All right, so, okay, so what if this is what it's like in front? All right. Low. It's low in front, but it's high in back. Because when you look at the back, look at this side, it looks higher, does not it? Hello? Does anybody understand what I'm getting at here?
Yes, of course we do, but it's so much.
Okay, look at there. Okay. But when we look at, because look, you got 4 corners. Wait a minute. Of course, it's a round circle, or well, it's not even round. Look at. Okay, so here's the medial toe. Here's the medial heel. Why couldn't it be lower in front than in back? Okay.
Because it's twisted.
Yeah, because it's twisted. So it's and then you got this other aspect. You got solid bone in the front, but you got cartilage and fat in the back. Okay, so the coffin bone in front, let's a minute. I wonder how we can put these pictures together to let's see if I'm looking at the front. Yeah. Well, anyway, look, I'm looking at the back. This looks higher to me, but look, you soak the foot, and now look. So now what do? You may not have to take it lower because look how it changed on its own. What'd be interesting is I wonder what an X-ray would look like now. You know what I mean? So
I wish I had an X-ray machine. I would take all the X-rays.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great?
Yeah.
So see, so looking at this, I would say no, don't take that heel down. But if I was looking at this in a dry state, I would take that heel down some. Not much, you see, not much. Just enough to kind of offset that balance on that heel some. Now let's look at, okay.
Linda,
what?
When I had the tilted hoof, I corrected by beveling. I never took nothing down.
Okay.
I just
but
beveled.
were you
exactly
beveling
as you
heels
said
too?
before. No. I beveled the wall from
the pillar
on. Yes.
Okay, and that's cool. But I know that sometimes when you get a bunch of sole in there, that you're going to have to deal with excess sole that's making it higher too. Like on whatever you did on your horse or some of the people you've helped and stuff like that. But sometimes you're going to get excess sole in there that you're not going to be able to get rid of just by beveling. So you have to be able to tell, is there sole that is built up there and is keeping that out that I need to deal with too? Or can I just bevel this and fix it that way?
Well, anyway, Benenitra has no sole at all. So
okay, yeah.
It worked.
Okay, well, yeah, see, and because she didn't have any sole, then that works in that situation. But if you have a situation where it's also added sole into that pillar or toe quarter, then that's a case where you're going to have to learn to work with and deal with that sole and lower that as well.
But the main thing is that we have to wait, and the hoof will show you what is going on.
Yeah,
you have
exactly.
to wait until the inner foot sets down, and then you can go slowly, and the hoof will show you what it needs done.
Yeah, if you know, if you know how to read it, you know.
Well, yes.
Which you do. A lot of times people don't, you know, because
most of the times. That's why we are trying to tell everybody.
Yeah.
I totally agree with your position and what you said to Simone. Totally agree. You have to go slowly and see how it develops.
Yeah, and look
That's
at here.
the only way.
Yeah, because like look from last week to this week, how this foot has changed. You know, see, we learned something right here. Okay.
Of course.
I mean, because we know certain things, but we're also learning at the same time as we do these hoof chats, as we are all doing trimming and sharing and stuff like that. Okay, we learned something here that you could take a foot like this and you could soak it and look how it leveled out, say, and widened up, you know. I mean, that's from there. Well,
this is a great change, but it has to be done inside too. So
yeah,
I think Simone has to wait and
oh,
to see.
This is Leah.
Leah. Sorry. And to see how the hoof reacts, because now the first reaction is positive, but she has to wait to see with these little corrections that you remarked. She has to see how it descends the wall, because sometimes the wall shows you other things from what you have in mind.
Yeah, like Leah, you don't have to do any full-on fledged whole trim just right away. You know, you can wait another week. Well, you know, it wouldn't hurt you to work on those pillars just a little bit, but you can also wait a week.
Yeah, but while I'm waiting, should I still soak, or should I just wait entirely, not do anything?
No, I would soak it another week.
Yeah, I would not soak it at all.
You wouldn't soak it at all?
No, I wouldn't soak it for the next week, because I want to see what the capsule is doing.
Okay.
Because
I'll do whatever you tell them to do.
What I learned from Dodo.
Okay.
You have
well,
to have
let's do that.
You have to have the capsule.
Yeah, I'm willing to hear somebody else's advice for sure. So it's up to you. You know, you can let it go a week. Well, let's let it go a week and see what happens. And
it's
then
up to you. It's up to us together, our brainstorming.
Yeah.
So whatever we decide today, I will do.
Okay. Well, I'm going to lay the responsibility on Simone.
We can put up. Okay. You can put up a poll. That I think there's an option that you can put a poll and people can vote yes or no.
Okay, we'll do a poll.
No, I vote no.
No what?
Not to soak the hoof.
Okay. Okay.
For a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agree. I would also say no for 1 week, and let's see what's happened next week.
Okay. Anybody else got an opinion?
I also have an opinion, which is that what my horse's frogs are so hard that I cannot trim them without soaking. So then when I soak them and I trim them, it looks absolutely gorgeous, and I'm so proud of myself and him. And then I let him walk around for a couple of days and it all goes to smithereens again.
Okay.
When it dries out. So
Yeah.
I was actually going to ask about exactly that. Yes, I'm unsure what to do because even though, well, in my case, I don't have a choice. I just can't. It's just too hard for me to trim at the moment without soaking. But I was wondering, you know, kind of like if you have your foot in the bathtub, that's not real life. And then even though I understand the rationale being that things can accommodate, I'm sort of skeptical also.
Mm-hmm. Regarding water, like like you said, having your foot in a bathtub is not real life, but the way I look at it is we're doing certain things with these feet we wouldn't normally do because we're trying to restore and change them. And so they need things. They're not the way they should be, so they cannot hold up the way they normally would if everything was correct. So if we're doing a process that is allowing them to expand, see, I'm all for that because I am all for water.
Just so they get malleable and then well, one thing actually that would make sense is I remember you saying at one point, like if you isolate one cell on the tubules growing down and then you look at the cell above it and it looks nice, it's tighter or whatever you're trying to correct, and then you look at the cell below it and it's still in the old shape, and then the cell below it will pull the one that you've just marked in the middle. So from that point of view, everything being softer would help, I guess. But then do you think like for the foot to dry out in between is actually bad? Would it be better to then commit and say, okay, for 6 months, I'm just going to have hoof boots on, even at night? I was thinking of just doing it overnight when they're in the stall. Like the fluctuation of going back and forth is.
Can I just jump in? If it's real frog, it doesn't dry out, and you can trim it. So if it's real frog, you can trim it also in Australia in the hottest area. But for my opinion or from my experience, and trimming after tact is if it's periopal, it's rock hard.
Wow.
If you don't soak it.
Linda, I sent you a whole bunch of pictures.
That's real frog. So I'm sorry, just jumping in for my.
That's okay. Experience. No, I want to hear your opinion and opinions of anybody else as well.
I mean, so you Linda, can see how the frog turned out this week when it's hard because it'd been soaked last week. Well, you can see how the frog is now when I showed it to you when we were doing the video, and you could see that it had gone hard again. So it was probably still not frog. It's probably still periopal. I wanted to comment on that, ask you about that too, Linda, what your thoughts were, if it was actually frog or still periopal the way it was.
Whatever it is. Well, see, when mine went brown and it was all periopal. You know, when I really started trimming it, like I could show you a picture to where everything went brown like that. It's because stuff wasn't able to move. You know, it'd been so bound up for so long. At first I was kind of like, what the heck is this? You know, because I never seen quite like that before. Now, in my opinion, I would keep moisture on the foot. But if you want to let it go for a week and see what it does, then do that too, you know, because you can always boot up again next week. You know, it's up to you. Are you doing both feet or just one foot?
Both.
Okay.
That because both of them are twisted.
Okay. Yeah.
And one is more contracted than the other. The other foot, not this one. The other one is more contracted.
And the hoof capsule seems to be smaller as well. Yeah. So whatever you want to do, use we can give you our opinion, but you got to use your own instinct and what you're seeing and feeling there too. And if, for that matter, you can even boot one and unboot the other, and see what happens after a week. It's not going to kill the horse. And and then you're there with hoof in hand, and you can decide what you think worked better.
Yeah. Linda, I was going to just mention to Leah, I think it might be helpful to define like what soaking is. I never did the booting or the condition or anything, but I soaked my horse every morning and evening for about 40 minutes in a hoof bath. So all her feet were submerged for 40 minutes in the morning and 40 minutes in the evening. And I mean, it's very, very dry here. It was during the summer months. And I found that really, really helpful. And when I didn't do it, like for 3 or 4 days, her feet just contracted and got super, super hard. But as long as I was doing those baths in the evening and the morning, and then applying milking cream to her feet, like all over her frog and the capsule and everything, it just kept the foot slightly pliable and moisturized. So I don't think it's necessarily like you either have to boot or do nothing. You could also consider maybe just doing a bit of a hoof bath once or twice a day, just to keep the foot slightly more supple than if you didn't do that. Just an idea. It worked for me quite well.
But some of that depends on how close a person is. Like I forgot, can you go there every day?
Yes, here, yes. It's where my colt is that I only go there once a week.
Okay, that's right.
But for her, I see her every day, yes.
That's right. Well, would it be interesting, since you're there every day, is you could keep the boot off of one foot, choose one foot to keep the boot off of, and then look at it every day, and then decide and take a picture for us and decide. I mean, so it's up to you.
But you want a picture every day, or do you want a picture?
Are you gonna be there every day?
Yes, I can take a picture every single day if you want.
Yeah, let's take a picture of the one that you keep the boot off of every day.
And I'll leave the boot on for about 2 days and then take it off and then take a picture, or how many days should I leave
however you want to do it, whatever you think.
I would suggest doing this foot, since this is the one that we've spent so much time looking at.
Okay.
Yes. So what should I do with this one?
Leave the boot off of this one and take a picture every day, and then we can see what happens this week.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if like during the week you feel like you're going backwards or something like that, you can just reboot. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You can reboot. Oh God. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna show you a picture of my horse's feet when they turned all brown, which was so interesting. Whole texture of the periopal changed. It was very interesting. Just a minute here. Where are you there? Dum-dum-dum-dum. I got you here somewhere. Hold on. Oh, got it in a different spot. Hold on. PQRSTUV. Okay. Okay. Okay, I gotta share. There we go. See? Can you see that? Hello? Anybody there?
Yes.
Yes.
We can all see it.
Okay. So see how brown?
Yes, just like mine. Mhm.
Yeah, it's interesting, huh? And I think that's because everything can move. you know, you know, I don't know what the brown is. I don't know if, you know, it's some sort of bruising or something that took place. He was never, ever sore though.
And what about the brown around the bars? That brown?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's the same deal.
I have that also going, the brown bar areas. Yeah. And I always wondered if I'm not taking out enough of the bars, that I still have like the last layer.
You know, I think this is the result of stuff moving. I mean, I could be wrong, you know, who knows, you know, because we are not scientists, so we can't take a biopsy and go, okay, what's in that? You know, I do not know. I do know. Oh my goodness, somebody is calling me right in the middle of this. Can you hear that? Yep. Dig a dig a dig a dig. I wonder who it is. It's Levi. It's my son. Well, I got to decline. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, now where to go with the picture? Let's see. So even behind, see the skin all turned color. And the texture of the periopal changed. Well, it went from this to that. Anyway, that's just more stuff I'm messing around now. And then the heels opened up and there was no sole growing here. Now it's totally jam-packed full of sole. So, okay. Well, anyway, is there anything else that anybody wanted to talk about, discuss, look at? Is there somebody send me pictures they want to look at?
I did. I sent you a couple of batches, and I think the last batch might be the better one. I was messing around while I was watching the Hoof chat.
Okay, is that Anne?
Yeah, Anne.
Okay. Okay.
And you've helped me with that foot before, although I was shy to do the notching. And then what happened is, while I was dreaming at night about how to do the notching, to scrape off the wall where he has that big break near the heel, it kind of grew out so much that he wore it off, and actually now the heels are lower than ever because it kind of went away. I never get to I still don't think I'm growing any sole with him or anything. So
okay.
And the heels are basically, it doesn't look it in the photos, sadly, but he's super crushed and run forward.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
so tips.
The only thing, what?
Before we go, can I ask you, are you going to play the rest of that video of your trim?
Yeah.
Okay, today, or are you just going to post it somewhere?
No, I'll play it on here today.
All right, great, thanks.
Okay, so yeah, you can see how crushed his foot is here. Well, you know what? The only thing I can think of, see, in order to get that foot to lift up, you got to get a frog growing and a frog stay, because that works like a hydraulic jack. And so the only way I can think of to do that, see, this is all periopal you got growing in there. It's growing over the frog.
That was in November when in October, when I said, when I basically said I can no longer give this horse to any farrier. I've spent 3 years with 3 different farriers, and in October I pulled the plug. Then I kind of twiddled around a little with a friend who's a barefoot trimmer, but she wouldn't trim the frog, and so on and so forth. So I would say about the end of April, so really not that long ago, I started to be comfortable and really cut stuff and cut and grind. And now I feel I'm technically able to execute.
Okay. Well, first of all, right here on your heel, you do have some heel, but they're just what? Just still run forward really much?
Yeah, they're basically I want to say that the seed of corn area is almost level with the collateral groove. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, yeah. So the only thing that's going to help is if you get some DIM and support the back of this foot and keep it moist for a while and get the frog to grow. Because this frog in here, keep doing this. Keep a central sulcus going. Did you ever find a flap or anything like what I've shown? I found on my horse to where there was just a whole layer and you could lift it up and there was a flap and you could see.
Oh yeah, it was nasty for a while. Yes.
Okay. Well, the best thing I know is to get some DIM, all right, and support the back of the foot and get moisture to it. Because if you can get a frog stay started, that thing will start pumping up the back of that foot, from what I have seen, like a hydraulic jack. Because that's what it is that supports the foot. Here, let's look at this real quick. Just a second. Getting that frog stay growing is such a big deal. Let's see here. And then the moisture makes that frog and all that stuff expand, and that helps lift it all up as well.
And I have them also recently I started with a chicken, one of those supplements that for, I don't know, chicken sternum or something that's supposed to help with growing sole. On one horse I see it, but on him I don't. So maybe, hopefully, maybe with the DIM. So the DIM, I just fill everything in the collateral groove also.
Yeah.
Up to the sole.
Yeah, all through. Yeah, all up to the sole and all through the back of the foot there. And Simone has used it extensively.
I can send you a picture how I use it to lift the whole back up.
Ja, bitte. Ich bin übrigens auch Deutsch. That would be great.
Yeah, okay. Then you can find me on Facebook. Just give me a PM.
Okay, will do. Simone, wie heißt mit Nachnamen?
Sinn und Sein mit Pferden.
Ah, ja, okay. All right, I will do that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay.
And then I've also noticed that every time I leave him alone for a couple of days, the frog just spreads sideways into the collateral grooves, like really fast, and the bars grow like crazy.
Well, see it. Well, and that'll help all that too. Let's see.
So,
okay. New share. Okay, so I just want to show this picture. Okay.
Maybe I'll do a video how I put the DIM on, Linda.
Yeah.
A good idea? Okay.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Did you put that on the group?
No, I don't do a video already, but I just asking if
okay.
somebody needs to have that
Yeah,
video.
that'd be wonderful.
Okay. I can do that.
Oh, sorry. So I just want to show this right away. Now, see, this is your foot. Okay, it has no support of its own. It has got to have this frog stay here. That just is like a little jack, just pumps that up there, lifts all that up, and then this can grow correctly from the correct spot to grow some heel in to support the back of the foot. Can you see this?
Yeah. From the correct spot. That's the part I'm missing. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So nothing's changing because because he's just like on the ground and that's that.
Yeah.
So okay. So
Yeah.
the DIM will lift him from the ground or just separate him, fill in the air between him and the ground? Which one?
Simone. You kind of want to do both, you know.
I'm sorry. I messed up. Okay, can you ask again? I'm sorry. The DIM is lifting up the area where you put it under. I'm sorry.
So my question is, do I sort of fashion a little lifting wedge, or do I just kind of have him stand on the ground and squirt it? Not that that would work, but I'm just saying, and squirt it into the hollow spaces.
For the start, it's even better you just do it flat on the ground. You just give him the frog has to touch something, then the frog will grow. So and if you need later on, yeah, we discussed.
So I don't change the hoof angle yet, you mean?
You change the hoof angle, you lift up the frog. You lift up all the cartilage.
Okay.
Just with the DIM, and you put it flat on the surface. And if you need more, then you have to be very careful because it could really go in the other way.
Uh-huh.
But I can give you information about that, no problem.
Yes, thank you. Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And that'll keep him from wearing his heels too.
Because he keeps on wearing. Yeah, exactly. I'm not touching them, but they're certainly not changing.
Yeah. Yeah, because see, the foot has to change. You know, there has to be some change in the foot too at the same time. See, this is the hard part, is that we trim a certain way, we let it grow, we're allowing the foot to try and move inside the capsule a little, so it's growing from a little different place. And you're just going kind of back and forth till that foot can be lifted, and everything, as it's all put back in place, it's pushing its part that grow the capsule back into a different position so it can grow the capsule from a different position. See? See, because like your heels get crushed forward. Well, if they're pulled down and crushed forward, then that's the only way they can grow that wall.
Yeah,
okay?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you support the back of this foot and it pulls it back just even a little and changes where the foot's at, it's going to grow it at a little different position and a little steeper.
So I will not, let's say, shorten the heel and then put DIM. I will just not touch it, no matter how crippled it is at the moment.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's grown forward. See, that's the whole thing too. When we get into this barefoot trimming, we get to looking at these heels and going, oh my God, my heels are run forward. And we want to take them down to make them look further back, you know.
Well, also to avoid that sort of chain reaction of, you know, where everybody's holding hands, all the cells, and then one end of the chain walks off in a certain direction and the rest has to follow.
Oh, yeah. You know, but you can go ahead and let your heels grow because, you know, like it'd take too long now to look up Valor's foot. When I let his feet go for a year because I gave up. That was in 2014. All right. And when I come back, they looked like some sort of monstrous thing. The heels looked awful strange. But you know what? That was the best thing I did for that horse. Letting those feet just kind of go, you know.
Oh, okay.
And
so maybe then
go ahead.
if you say that, then what do you think about just putting shoes on? For various reasons, I'm being asked to put shoes on him just for riding purposes. I could fight it. It's just my husband.
You want to put shoes on him, put shoes on him. Just put shoes on him with DIM and let his heels grow.
Do you mean,
to support pads and DIM?
Do you mean metal shoes or boots? If you're
Whatever you want.
Metal.
Yeah, whatever you want.
So the DIM goes in first, then maybe
a pad,
and then a leather. Okay.
But you're gonna want to treat the frog with some whatchamacallit, copper sulfate.
Yes, okay.
Okay, yeah, that way, yeah.
There's one farrier that I'm gonna ask to do that, and I remember he did that actually. Okay, good, but I didn't know what I was looking at back then, so I can't talk about the result.
Can I ask again? You would put irons on?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, because it's he is sound, and he's a polo pony, and my husband would love to play him this summer, so he's always going back and forth with me on can we just put irons on him, and then now I said no, it's okay, you can play him barefoot. But actually, since I'm not making progress with the hoof, maybe it's better if I put irons on so I can't fiddle with it.
Yeah, and another person to talk to in that regard is Linda Van Elsen. Okay.
Okay.
Let me show you a picture of her work.
So the DIM is also working with irons. That just want to make sure that we talk.
Yeah.
Then
yeah,
you have to,
and I mean, if you have some opinions on that, that's good too. I'm gonna show you.
Yeah, but if you want to play polo, that's another thing. But I would not put irons on, because I could not work every day or every 5 or 6 days on it. So
yeah, but I feel like I'm doing too much, like I'm constantly trimming him back. And now that Linda said it looked ugly, but actually it was beneficial to leave it alone for a year, now that kind of tempted me back into the idea. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. It's not my first choice, but maybe it works, given my personality.
Yeah, it could work very well, no problem. But with irons on, I don't have any experience how the DIM is really working on the mechanical thing, because.
Are you there? Something happened. You got cut off or something.
We lost you.
Not flexible, so.
We lost you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So.
Yeah, and also the thing that scares me a little bit is that when I imagine that you put DIM, the DIM is not flexible, right?
It's flexible.
No, it's flexible.
It's flexible, absolutely.
Okay.
It has around 300 shore.
You'd need to have support right on your iron. It can't be open in the back.
Yeah.
So with your pad.
There is a video on YouTube where you put the Luvex. I used Luvex, and there's a using video what you have to do, or what the farrier has to do if you put the Luvex underneath the irons. There has to be a little, like a mesh mat, but more stable. So maybe you can show that video to your farrier, then he knows what to do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gotta like that mesh mat that you were talking about, or a pad, or else you do a composite shoe. Could also do that.
Okay, do those stay on under work?
Under
like
polo? Well, polo, do people
I mean, it is,
I don't know. That's a whole thing.
It's a lot of running.
yeah, I see no problem. Those heels do still somewhat spread even in a shoe. There's no perfect answer for any of this. I think to be able to use the horse and get the frog growing. First of all, when he's got the shoes on, you can't touch his feet, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, it might be. That might be the break he needs. Me practicing.
For us serial trimmers.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna put them on, and in 4 weeks I'll get back to you.
Okay. Well, 4 to 6. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Take pictures and everything like that, and then it'll be interesting to see what all his feet do in that time.
Yeah. All right. I will do that.
Okay.
Can I say
Great.
something as long as we're talking about shoes and stuff?
Yeah.
They have frog support pads that go under a metal shoe. And it's got a raised triangular area that goes right under the frog, on the ground side, of course. But that gives the frog support, just like the horse would be barefoot. And you can put the DIM, you put the pad on there, you put the shoe on there, and it's just like the horse is walking barefoot as far as the support is concerned.
Huh.
Okay. Great.
All right. It's not like a snowshoe, maybe, or
similar. Look up on various horseshoeing websites, farrier supply websites. Look for frog support pad and see what they come up with. 3D pad, frog support pad. Then you get a better picture of it, because that does work very well.
It's open all of the apex too.
Yeah, even I don't know. Anyway, that's all I got to say. Well, anybody else? I'm gonna have to get me a little cricket sounding thing. Creak, creak, creak. I guess not. Okay,
No,
well,
not at the moment.
Thank you so much, Linda. It was wonderful. Thank you very, very much.
Hey, thank all of you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank all of you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
We'll see you next week. Bye.
Stop.
Bye.
We want to watch
Oh,
the
I was
video.
gonna play that video.
Yeah, and I would
Okay.
appreciate that if you can talk to the video a little bit, what you do in there, and that would be great.
Okay. I will
If you
do
don't
that.
mind.
Okay, where are you, video? There you are. Okay, let me now find where we're at here. Screen sharing. Man, I'll tell you what. Just a second, I'm lost. I don't know why I am having a hard time. This stupid thing. Let's see. Let me close out some of these pictures and stuff. That might help. Okay. I don't know why this won't let me have the Zoom window. Oh. For some reason, it's not letting me bring up my Zoom window. Every time I click on it, it just disappears. Let's see. Gosh. Well,
do you still have Leah as a viewer thing, whatever it was you had her on?
Oh, okay. Never mind. It was right up here in the middle of the screen and I didn't see it. I'm just blind as a bat. Okay, there we go. Can you see that now?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so okay, got that?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. All right. I might rush through some things. Okay. So, of course, washing the feet is very important. And I scrub mine good, but you wouldn't want to eat off of them. Okay, so here, now my horse has a lot of sole. Okay, so what I'm trying to show here is just how you can lightly scribe dead sole. Right now, all I'm doing is dead exfoliatable sole. Okay, so when the hoof wall grows and the sole is connected to the hoof wall, it can look totally concave, but in reality, there's a sole ridge there. But I'm just taking out dead exfoliatable sole that's right up against the edge. See how flaky it is? Okay, I haven't actually taken any sole yet. You know, and you know, and here's the thing too. I will watch this video and go, well, I might change something after I watch it, you know? Like I get a little rasp happy sometimes, you know, so I might not take off as much foot as I did in this video. I might not. Then again, I might. I don't know. I'm going to wait and see. But anyway, what I'm doing here, like in the pillar, I know that this foot, okay, I know that the shape of this foot is not round here in the pillars. And so I'm going to take this sole down here until I get my shape that I want, or what I would think would be close to the shape of the true foot. Okay. Which I'm doing it to him all the time, so his feet are already shaped like that. But there'd be an occasion where if you had a wall where the wall had come out like this and you had more of a round toe, okay, you might take off more sole in this area to try and get that pillar in. I really need to work on how to explain this more. But anyway, that's what I'm doing with this. I'm managing the sole because he's got a lot of it. And again, see now, that's exfoliatable. Okay, now right there, it turns into a more live sole, waxy.
So those of us with thin soles wouldn't want to be doing that though, right?
No, you wouldn't want to be doing this if you had super thin soles. Again, this horse has a lot of sole. You know, I'll do a video with an example of what I do to a horse with the thin sole. Now, I've been having some issue with this frogs. I got ideas on why, but on this frog, this one frog, I got this weird issue going on. But anyway, so I'm just gonna clean up the frog and all that anyway. And this is before I map or anything. I'm just gonna kind of clean stuff up. Try and get in between this in the central sulcus. Now, I'll tell you what I think happened to his foot. I think his frog stay got stuck in here when the bulbs wanted to expand. And that's what I think is going on with this foot. Okay, because the frog stay is also called the bolt, you know, and see the way these bulbs are? Ideally, these heels should widen out more and this frog should move back. But I think his frog stay grew in heavy here and got stuck, and then the rest of the foot wanted to pull back. The rest of the frog is what I'm thinking happened to him. And so it's kind of done some weird stuff to his frog, because the other frog is real good and healthy, but this one just kind of weirded out on me. I mean, we're still learning the response these feet have and the different things they can do. I don't know. It's been raining here for over a week now, and I'm going to be able to go and see what's going on with his feet. One thing I noticed was the periopal and the frog have really swollen up and widened up in the back here, which is real interesting. So you want to get down and find the true apex of the frog, where the sole and the frog blend together. Don't be afraid to explore that a little bit and find that and take out some of that sole in front of there. And then the chickens. Okay, so then I just, in this case, because I hadn't trimmed him in 6 weeks. You know what was nice was being able to speed this up to make it look like I'm so good at nipping when I'm not. And the rasping too. Okay, now. The rasping, this is what I'm talking about. And again, I'm not the best at using tools or any of that, because if farriers were to critique me, they just run you over the coals, because they're like Ginsu, those guys that advertise the Ginsu knives. They just slice and dice. I can't do that. But what I'm trying to do here is relatively rasp a flat, level area, and not take out a lot of sole or anything like that. But I'm taking the wall down to the level of the sole first off the bat. And you can see I've still got some exfoliatable sole here in the back. I didn't take that all the way down to clean white line yet. But when I say a clean white line, I mean a tight white line. And I mean, well, darn it, just a minute. I mean, okay, you see that white line right there? Okay, so there's the white line. So here's the wall, and then here's the white line, and then here's the sole ridge. And then right here it dips down, because that's right under the coffin bone. Can you see the image of the coffin bone here? Okay, so just now I nipped it, so now I'm just rasping it flat and level as possible. Now he's still got issues like, okay, this is the heel that was run forward that had pushed the wall out. And so his heel is still curled in and the bar is still pushed out, but not half as bad as it used to be. And this side over here was also more upright, very upright, and the sole very compressed. Well, as I grew the heel in and I've done a number of things to, get this all moving, this side is widened up. And that's what you'll find. The side that is wide will get a little narrower as all this wall comes back this way. And then this side here will widen up to where it was real narrow and upright. So anyway, so that's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to get a basic trim here. And of course, I can't rasp that fast. I speeded it up. I wish I could. Okay, I'm looking down at the toe, this side of the toe and that side of the toe, to see if they're the same shape. Now, I did rasp some sole here. Oops, I keep doing that. Let's see. Okay, so you see, the more you rasp down, the wider this area, the wider the ridge of sole gets, because it grew with the wall, so it did look all concave. But then when you start to rasp it, you will find this sole ridge here. Okay, now I don't worry about little stuff like that, or, you know, I just don't worry about that. Odds and ends of stuff. Let's see, where are we at?
Linda?
Yeah?
Are you still leaving like 1/8 of an inch of wall around the edge, or are you just going flat?
On him, I'm just going flat to the sole because he's got so much sole.
Okay.
Okay. But on horses where your heels still are not right, see, he's got a nice tight dorsal wall. Okay. He has got no separation, no flaring, nothing like that. Okay. So I have to manage. Now he's getting a ton of sole. So I have to manage that sole. Otherwise, his will just grow and grow and get thicker and thicker. And so I do take that down about like so, but that's on a horse with a lot of sole.
Okay. Are you still taking the little nubbin out of the buttress area? The seat of corn?
But out of here?
Yeah, the little, yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't really like I define this area more than this area. But I'm also going to take these bars down and stuff, which you'll see here. So, okay, then I use the grinder to clean up the sole here. As you can see, the sole and the frog. So I'm going to rush through this a little bit. And if somebody wants to, well, see, it's hard to find a grinder that uses a 4-inch disc. And I'm using a 3-inch disc on a 4-inch grinder. Because you can buy 3-inch discs. You might. Anyway, then I just clean up that. That looks kind of bruised there, but it doesn't seem to be bothered him. Okay, so then the mapping. Down the center. And you want to mark your protractor so that you see, even with that marked, I'm off. See that? Because I'm sitting over here. So to me, this line looks lined up with that, but it's not. So I'm still off a little bit. And so the reason you want to draw these extra lines in here is so you can look at your sides of the toe, this side and that side, to see if they're symmetrical. Or are you leaving one side high? And so if you leave one side high, it's going to look a little wider out like that. And so gonna mark right behind the white line there, which is, you know, so I'm in a general vicinity right there with the length of the toe. And here's another thing I did. I keep hitting the wrong deal here. Just a minute. Oh, what was I going to tell you? Now I forgot what I was going to tell you. Crap. Okay, let's stop right there. This is why I draw all these different lines so that I can look. Of course, again, I realized from watching this that I have a tendency, because I'm sitting over here, that even standing looking down, look, if I can't even get a protractor straight that has lines on it because of where I'm sitting, what do you think happens when people don't use nothing? Unless they've really, like, if we had really been doing this a long time and we have really trained ourselves to look at these things correctly, even then you're going to be a little bit off to where I would trim this heel out a little more per se and leave this a little high or vice versa. But you see how these lines help you look at the symmetry, especially in the pillar area here. See, wish I remember what I was going to say on that other deal. Anyway, maybe I'll think of it here in a minute. So, but these lines help you see the symmetry so that you can trim pretty balanced. Now again, you see these bulbs, how they're in like that? Not supposed to be like that. All this, I'm still working on to come out to where this is going to be straight across and this frog is going to be supporting the whole back of the foot here. But he's got a good frog stay. There's a lot of support in there. Just not sure if it's in the right spot. Okay, so I put that there and then I kind of roll it up to there. It had been a while since I trimmed him, and sometimes it's good to let their feet go and not be micromanaging them constantly. I'm going to do some more videos like this. I'm going to do one on each foot. I'm going to do the back feet here pretty soon. That I've gone for 8 weeks. And yeah, I've been busy. They've gone for about 8 weeks. And what I found interesting was you know how when you don't trim for a while, the toe gets long and then the heels get long and then everything kind of starts to collapse forward, right? Well, when it started raining, it had an elevator effect and the whole foot both back feet stood up, which I thought was really interesting. So I want to get out there and get them trimmed soon. But now I am trimming here some of the excess sole up next to the frog. Now, remember that if we were to lay this hoof capsule out flat, like not the capsule, the wall, if we were to take the bars and the wall all off and lay it out flat, it looks like a stealth bomber. Okay, like the wings would be the ends of the coffin bone here. And you notice how the bar tapers down and ends right here, midpoint of the frog. Okay, so right here, notice how that sole was flaky. So that wasn't live sole, that was flaky sole. Okay, that's because your wall here, the sole itself and the foot itself, it tapers down, it angles down. So when these people come along and say, well, your bar should be up at the same length or height as your wall, well, that's not the way it is on the internal foot. And that is not the shape of your bar. Your bar turns into almost a triangular shape right here. And your bar angles down like this. So what happens is people let these bars get too long and lay over the sole here. Well, you can see on this one how it's going to do that. Look at how much that opened that up there. See, let's see, maybe we could go back a little bit. Okay. Okay, see there? Okay, now look at the area of the sole here. This is what I call the sole platform of the heel. And remember, from here over, well, here's where your bars end, right here. Okay, from here over is your heel. All of this is heel. And then up the side of the wall, the whole side wall, clear back, this is all heel here. Okay, so here you can see how the bars grow, okay, and how then they want to lay over the sole platform here. And see this here, see that dirt line? You shouldn't see that, okay? This is from bar growing and laying over the sole. That's like that because the bar has grown and laid over the sole there. And who was it? It was Caroline over in the Netherlands. She had a dissection she did where the bar had embedded in the foot and on the inside. And of course, there's nowhere for that wound to go. And so it went all the way through the foot, up and out the cartilage in the back of the foot. Probably why the horse was put down. So there was a hole all due to letting this build up. Can you see how that's not supposed to be there? So it's going to create a pressure point, right? And that pressure point could create a sore on the foot. In fact, I have a foot, I did a plaster cast off a foot here that actually has a sore and holes, 2 holes in the bottom of the internal foot right there. So this needs to be cleaned up. And see it over here, how it's grown? Laying over the sole. This area is very important. That sole platform back there. Okay, so let's go forward now to where I've cleaned that out. See how I cleaned all that out? Cleaned it out. And look what's under there. Clean sole. So if I allow that to lay on there, it just push up into the foot eventually and cause a sore, internal sore. Okay, we'll do the other bar. Again, it's laying clear over here. And that's another thing too. When I started getting real heels, see how I'm getting that out of there? Now this bar is laid over.
So would we do that even on thin-soled horses too, and clean out all the flaky stuff in the heel platform?
Well, you don't necessarily have to clean out all the flaky stuff always here, but you've got to get this bar off the sole. Okay. Otherwise the sole is never going to grow in. You know, I don't always totally clean out the seat of the corn, but I do clean the bar off. You know, I don't always take out every bit of sole, but I do clean and really define this bar area up here, and always make this a little lower, the bar a little lower. Now I'll look at this and then I may see something I didn't do that I should have done, or something I did do that I wish I wouldn't have. I mean, you know. See, I'm just wondering here. I'm looking right in this area here, if this isn't something that kind of might need to be removed. if maybe that's, I don't know, maybe it's lamina. This bar is laid over, and ideally, what would be nice would be able to get clean white line all the way around through the bars eventually. But I'm not going to force that. But then again, I'm thinking I could have cleaned that up maybe a little more. But now what I'm doing here is I'm just marking the outer pigmented wall that I want to bevel off, and see how I left the heel area. I don't bevel that. I'm not, who knows? Because I want that support there of all that wall. We can also change our minds. We could practice something and do it, and then see that maybe there's a better way, or we learn something and we're going to change. You might do something one way one time, but little different the next because something else arose. But the thing is, we're learning what the foot is supposed to be, and we're learning how to let it grow, how to create boundaries, and how to be flexible, but not so flexible that we wound up back in barefoot land. See? So I'm just taking off, in this case, the hardest outer horn tubules. And of course, I like to roll the toe a little bit across. And there'll be sometimes I would take bevel clear to the white line. If I had really jammed wall or something like that. If I was using it for a corrective purpose of one reason or the other. Like, there's been times when I had such an asymmetrical foot, so wide out here, that I would measure this side, and then I'd measure this side over where it came right to here, and then I would just bevel all the way to my measurement. And you always want to take the small teeth and just smooth out the sharp edges. Because, when you rasp like that, the edges get real sharp, and especially on the medial side, you don't want your horse cutting himself with his own hoof. And I just kind of round it a little bit there. You're finishing off your foot is what you're doing. Yeah, I'm not that good. I'm using the fast forward. Thank God she's done. Okay, well, that's pretty much it.
That was good. Thank you.
Yo, thank you so much,
Thanks,
Linda.
Thank you. And hey, good luck to everybody this week. Have a great week.
Linda, one very quick question.
Sure.
With the shoes, if I do the shoe, I will do the shoes. Do I keep the feet wet? Do I still put the boots on to keep them humid? Or should I have the farrier put them on the dryer hoof?
I don't know, and I hadn't thought about that. You could still, well, can you put boots on? Do you have boots you can put on over shoes?
Yes.
Okay, well, try it out.
Okay, so I will present the horse with soaked feet and then keep them humid.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. We'll see.
Right. Yes,
you know.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Linda. Goodbye.
Goodbye.